Thank you for that lovely performance. She was Anvi from the KIIT International School. Now we have Ms. Preeti Shah again from KIIT International School presenting before you the Odissi dance. Thank you for that lovely performance. We will be starting in another 5 minutes, so I request everybody who's standing to please settle down. We have another beautiful performance by Anvi from KIIT International School again, who will be presenting you another lovely dance performance. In the meantime, I please request everybody to settle down as we'll be starting soon just after this dance performance. Thank you.
Gadi gana dha, tak gadi gana dha, tak gadi gana den, tak chini tak chini tak chini, tak chini den, tak chini tak chini, tak chini den, tak chini chini, tak chini den, tak chini chini, tak chini, judi laga chini, judi laga chini de, judi laga chini, judi laga chini de, judi laga chini, judi laga chini de, judi laga chini tak chini ta, tak gadi gana dha, tak gadi gana dha, tak gadi gana tak ke dha dha chod tak ta, hey tak ke dha dha chod tak ta, hey tak ke dha dha chod tak ta, hey tak ke dha dha chod tak ta. दक्षता जन कटका मुख साचिलोचन त्रिभंग रेख उत्थित शिर छिन्न मध्य भंगी वीणाकार सुर प्रसिद्ध ताकिटा झम तारिकिटा झम ताकटक झम झम तारी ताकिटा झम तारिकिटा झम ताकटक झम झम तारी तारिकिटी तक झम तारिकिटी तक तारिकिटी झम तारिकिटी तक ता थम ता दा धा दे ता थम ता दा धा दे ताकट गदी गन धा ताकट गदी गन धा ताकट गदी गन धा के धा धा कड़तक ता हम झम तारी ताके धा धा कड़तक ता हम झम तारी धा तेरे किटी तक तेरे किटी तक दे तेरे किटी तक तेरे किटी तक दिन ता दिन दिना ता दिन दिना दिन ता दिन दिना ता दिन दिना दिन ता दिन दिना ता दिन दिना के दिन ता दिन दिना ता दिन दिना दे दिना कड़तक ता हम झम तारी ताके धा धा कड़तक ता हम दे दे ता कड़तक झम ता 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 दे कड़तक झम ता ता दे कड़तक झम ताक ड्रीम ड्रीम ताकिट तक ताक ड्रीम ड्रीम ताथे ताक ड्रीम ड्रीम ताकिट तक ताक ड्रीम ड्रीम ताथे ना तेरे किटी तक तेरे किटी तक दे तेरे किटी तक तेरे किटी तक थे तक दिन दा किटा थे ना तेरे किटी तक तेरे किटी तक थे तक दिन दा किटा थे ना तेरे किटी तक तेरे किटी तक ता थम ता दा दा दिन ता थम ता दा दा दिन ता थम ता दा दा गदे गन धा ता 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 गदे गन दे ता दे ता दे दे
Thank you, Anvi, for that wonderful performance. A kind request to everyone to please keep their mobile phones on switched off mode or flight mode. We will be starting very soon.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. I, Apratim Tiwari,
And I, Shweta Kocheta, on behalf of KIIT Group of Institutions, extend a very warm welcome to all the honorable ministers and parliamentarians from more than 20 countries, esteemed dignitaries and guests, senior functionaries of KIIT and KISS family, and students present here today at the inaugural ceremony of the Y20 India Consultation 2023, organized by Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT, deemed to be university, under the aegis of Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India.
the G20 is the premier intergovernmental forum for international economic cooperation, comprising of 19 countries and the European Union, working to address major issues related to the global economy. The presidency of the G20 is held by India from 1st December 2022 to 30th November 2023. The theme of India's G20 presidency is Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, or One Earth, One Family, One Future.
Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology, KIIT, deemed to be university, is one of the most promising and sought-after destinations in India for professional studies, offering 200+ disciplines to around 40,000 students from all over India and 65 countries across the globe. KIIT was founded by renowned educationist and philanthropist Professor Achyut Samant. This year, KIIT is honored and privileged to host the Y20 India Consultation 2023, an official consultation forum for youth from all G20 member countries to be able to dialogue with each other, raise awareness on global issues, and exchange ideas. I now request everyone to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you. I kindly request all our esteemed dignitaries on the dais to inaugurate the occasion with the auspicious lighting of the lamp ceremony. we extend a very warm welcome to all the esteemed dignitaries on and off the dais with the presentation of Multilingual chorus by the students of KIIT.
তোকে মানাইছে নাই রে ओ छल्ला बेरी ओए मूरे वे वतन माहिरा दूरे वे जाना पहले पूरे वे गल सुन छल्लिया छोरा वे का दलाया जोरा
छलनो नो देवे छलनो नो देवे
छल्ला नो देवे वे पुत्र मिठड़े मेवे ओ रब्बा सबनू देवे ओ रब्बा सबनू देवे वे गल सुन छल्लिया कावा वे मावा ठंडिया छावा हो छल्ला कालिया मरचा
छलकालिया मरचा
छलकालिया मरचा छलकालिया मरचा वे मोरा मरसा वे रे सिर ते चढ़सा वे गल सुन छलिया डोला वे साथ की थई होता
छलकूते धरिए छलकूते धरिए
लघुते धरिए वे गला मुते करिए वे सच्चे रब तो डरिए वे गल सुन छलिया डोला वे रब तो कर गई होता
मी डोल करा दर्या सरासा मी डोल करा दर्या सरासा वल्लभरे नंगमा हो वल्लभरे रामा वल्लभरे नंगमा हो वल्लभरे रामा
माया बाबा चिराना चिरेगा
मिलरे चोली पीवल कोन से अंधेरी साड़ी
मत सुनान गो माली ने फूला रखा
बस घर मैसा वरन गले के पार
लखना खान साजिन वाली गल भाड़ून सोन्याची वाली लखना खान साजिन वाली गल भाड़ून सोन्याची वाली गोली वाल्याची गोरानी रात फुलवेला नाचून करताय मोठा रात फुलवेला नाचून करताय मोठा मी ढोलकारा 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 दर्या सराजा मी ढोलकारा 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 दर्या सराजा
Thank you, dear students of KIIT, for this beautiful rendition showcasing the cultural diversity of India. I now request Professor Achyut Samant, Honorable Member of Parliament Lok Sabha and founder KIIT and KISS, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
So, आप लोग सबको मेरा नमस्ते प्रणाम. So, good morning everybody present here. On the occasion of this inaugural session of the Y20 Consultation at KIIT campus, we have many eminent personalities on the dais and also great personality, eminent personality also of the dais present here. So it's my great pleasure to take the name of everybody, so I'll take a little bit more time. As a founder of KIIT and KISS, I have to welcome everybody and speaking minimum one line for the eminent guests present here from the 20 countries and also Government of India, everybody. So anyhow, we have with us on the desk our Honorable Chief Guest, our Sri Ashwini Kumar Chubeji, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, present here as the Honorable Chief Guest. Similarly, we have with us our Honorable Guest of Honor, respected Sri Tushar Kanti Beheraji, Honorable Minister of Government of Odisha, State for Home, Youth and Sports, Electronics and IT, Government of Odisha present here. Similarly, we have with us His Excellency, Honorable Member of Parliament, UK, respected Mr. Birendra Sharma ji. We have also with us His Excellency, Honorable former US Congressman, USA, respected Dr. Robert Pittenger ji. We have also with us our His Excellency, Honorable Member of Parliament, Switzerland, and also the Global Ambassador of KIIT and KISS, my dear brother, Dr. Nick Gugarji. We have also with us His Excellency, Honorable High Commissioner of Malta, respected Ruben Gauchiji, present on the desk. We have with us also respected Srimati Mita Rajivolochan, Secretary of the Youth Affairs in the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, and also our Vice Chancellor, KIIT University, Pro Vice Chancellor, KIIT University. They are also present on the dais, and many eminent personalities present on the audience side. So, as a founder of KIIT and KISS, it's my great pleasure to welcome you all in the inaugural session of the Youth 20 Consultation for the Youth 20 Engagement Group of the G20 work stream, hosted by KIIT University under the leadership of the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. So, it is my great pleasure to speak a few words of all the honorable guests present on the dais and welcome them. Yeah, I have forgot the global person, main attraction of the entire world, our respected Mr. Ricky Cage, 3 times Grammy awardee, the special attraction for this youth program. It is the rarest of the rare thing to get Ricky Cage on any Y20 functions in entire India. We are very much fortunate because he is the alumni of KIIT University. That's why within 3 days notice he could come here today morning and now gracing the occasion. So it's my great pleasure to extend the heartiest welcome to our Honorable Minister Sri Ashwini Chubeji, who is the Minister of the State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment and Forest and Climate Change, as our chief guest. Sir, your words and guidance will be invaluable to us, which I have been seeing for the last 20 years. I have been close to our honorable chief guest today for the last 20 years. His son is also alumni of this university. And he's such a spiritual person, nice person, very humble and simple, and seasoned politician, being MLA minister in the Bihar state, then also in the government of India. So many things in his credit. I am personally very much grateful to him. Not only he loves me, my work, he has visited my native place, village. He has come with madam also, his wife here, and within a very short notice he could make it convenient to grace this occasion as the chief guest. I am grateful to you, sir, forever you know, and I welcome you. And at the same time, also, I welcome the madam present on the audience side. Thank you very much. And we have with us our own minister, Tushar Kanti Behera ji, IITian, very nice young chap, and having so many portfolio. So I welcome our Dr. Tushar Kanti Behera ji as our guest of honors. And similarly, it's my great pleasure to extend the heartiest welcome to our definitely Dr. Birendra Sharma ji, Honorable Member of Parliament UK and highly respected Member of Parliament in the UK since 2007. And also he has dedicated his life to public service, guided by his strong belief in social justice and fairness. One good thing with Birendra Sharma ji, he is an Indian origin. Very spiritual person also, equally though he has spent his entire life in London or UK. And one good thing I have never seen with any social worker, including myself, that he has worked tirelessly to raise awareness of the challenges faced by the widows and to push for policies and initiatives to support them. He has been working relentlessly in India and also other countries for the welfare of the widows. So very real social workers does for the widows. So thank you very much, sir. God bless you for century. And I welcome you on behalf of this entire gatherings present here and on behalf of the staff, students, management of KIIT University, and on my behalf also I welcome you. Similarly, we have with us our great Congressman from America, Robert Pittenger ji. Very jovial, very educated, highly knowledgeable, and also seasoned politician for 3 terms Member of Parliament in US. And he is also known for his efforts in organizing Global Parliamentary Intelligence Security Forum to address critical issues. And Pittenger ji is also actively involved in charitable and educational organizations. Sir, I have no words to express my thanks, gratitude to you, coming twice within a time period of 10 days to India for this cause only, Youth 20. Thank you very much. On behalf of everybody, I welcome you, sir, His Excellency. Our Dr. Nick Gugar is also sitting. He has been associated with us for the last more than 10 years. He has been designated Global Ambassador of KIIT and KISS. He is really doing fantastic for KIIT and KISS. You will be happy to know that he is also a man of origin of India. He is now Switzerland Member of Parliament. He was born in South India and abandoned by the parents. He was taken care of from the 1 day old or 1 month old by the couple of Switzerland. Now you see the fate of Dr. Nick Gugar. What is his luck? He is the most renowned politician in Switzerland, twice Member of Parliament, going to be thrice very soon. And he has been working relentlessly for the underprivileged child, both in India and also Switzerland, and he has many things in his credit. Thank you, my dear brother. Coming all the way to grace this occasion, I welcome you on behalf of everybody present here. And similarly, we have with us His Excellency, respected Ruben Gauci, High Commissioner of Malta to India. He has also many things in his credit. Not only he is High Commissioner of Malta to India, but also is High Commissioner of Malta to Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, and many other countries. So besides his good education, BA, MA, everything, he is very fluent in the language of Maltese, so also English, so also Italian, so also Russian. Thank you, His Excellency. Coming second time to KIIT to grace this occasion, I welcome you on behalf of everybody present here. And definitely, our respected Madam Secretary, Youth Affairs, Government of India, Srimati Mita Rajivolochan. So it is her functions, we are hosting it. So I should not cite many things about her. So I welcome you, ma'am, on behalf of the entire gatherings present here. And similarly, our dear respected Mr. Ricky Cage. I hope all the lovable Kittians, Kissians, young mass, or everybody must be aware of Mr. Ricky Cage, and recently who created history, getting third time Grammy Award. So Mr. Ricky Cage is an award-winning Indian music composer and environmentalist who has achieved international recognition for his contribution to music and activism with 3 Grammy Awards and over 100 music awards in 20 countries. Ricky's vast repertoire includes 16 studio albums, 3,500 commercials, and 4 feature films. He is also an ambassador for various United Nations programs, including UNCCD, UNESCO, MGIP, and also UNICEF. In addition to, he is also serving as a professor in National Institute of Advanced Studies, and he is also known as or certified, awarded Youth Icon of India, Global Humanitarian Artist from the United Nations. और कुछ है ही नहीं. और आपका बारे में बोले तो it will take hours together. Anyhow, we are very much happy that is such a great person, definitely. Be it Honorable Prime Minister of India, be it any minister, Chief Minister, everybody loves him and knows him like anything. And we are very much fortunate, lovable Kittians, Kissian. Recently, we have honored him with the Honorary Delete Award. He has become the alumni of this KIIT University within just 3 days before that, because though I remember you, but I was afraid of requesting him. He is such a great man. So before 3 days, I sent one small mail. Is it possible on your part to grace this occasion and do the live concert in the evening for the entire audience? Within no time, he gave assent, permission, or consent. I am ready, I am joining with you. That is Ricky Cage. I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for your... And at the same time, we have many eminent personalities on the audience side. So we are so fortunate. This podium has been graced by almost many policymakers, including our Honorable Prime Minister, President, Vice President, Speaker, anybody, and also 120 ambassadors, and also 22 Nobel laureates. But we have never get in one place 20 Member of Parliament from 20 countries on this podium. So today it is history that they are here. And also we have Indian Parliament, Member of Parliament from the Government of India. Now we are 4, and also other 16 are joining today and tomorrow, because today is a very great day in India. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Jayanti, the great economic social reformer and also the writer of the biggest constitution of India, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So all the honorable member of parliament are celebrating the birthday of B.R. Ambedkar today. But I will take the few names also. If I am forgetting anybody's name, please don't mind, because as you know, my mindset also, by chance I will forget. But at the same time, it is my great pleasure to welcome His Excellency, Honorable Member of Parliament from German, respected Mr. Andreas Soch. Andreas Soch, Member of Parliament from the Social Democratic Party, and he has also held various positions in local councils and many other things. So on behalf of the entire gatherings, I welcome you, His Excellency, sir, sitting here. Thank you very much coming all the way to grace this occasion. Similarly, we have with us our Her Excellency, Honorable Member of Parliament from Ukraine, respected Madam Julia. My lovable Kittians and Kissian and the other young chaps from the different school, college present here. I advise all of you to give a big clapping for the Member of Parliament from Ukraine. Why I am telling you? Now, the name of Ukraine has become the household name in entire globe. Can you imagine? Honorable Member of Parliament has come all the way with 42 hours journey from Ukraine to India. 42 hours journey. So, whatever thanks, gratitude I will express, that will be less to her. Anyhow, our respected Madam Julia, Ukrainian politician, Member of Parliament, and also extensive experience in managing large-scale companies and institutions in the private and also public sector, including as the Deputy Minister and CEO of a leading property development and management company. And she is also very good and authored and co-authored more than 215 draft bills in economic and also the national security sector in her country. And she has been very much instrumental during the turbulent political environment in Ukraine. So thank you, ma'am, for your kind presence, and on behalf of the entire gatherings, I welcome you, ma'am. Similarly, we have with us His Excellency, respected Member of Parliament from the Ivory Coast, Mr. Oliver. So, Mr. Oliver is the very nice things. He is the Member of Parliament in his country from 2016. He is also the Mayor of the city, San Petersburg at the same time. It is not possible in India, perhaps. Sir, his minister is sitting here. So thank you very much, sir, coming all the way from the Ivory Coast. He is also actively involved in philanthropic and community work, particularly in promoting education and vocational training among the young people. So thank you very much, His Excellency. On behalf of everybody, I extend my heartiest welcome to you. And similarly, we have with us our Member of Parliament from the Bulgaria, His Excellency, Mr. Dimitar Tasiv. So Bulgarian politician, and also many things in his credit, and particularly his passion for public service led him to become Member of Parliament in the 47th session in his country. So I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for your kind presence here. Similarly, we have with us Honorable Member of Parliament, His Excellency Jan Schloss from Slovakia. He is a research scientist also in the Slovakia Academy of Science, and many things in his credit. I welcome you also, sir. Thank you very much for your kind presence. On behalf of everybody present, I welcome you. We have with us our Honorable Member of Parliament, Sierra Leone, His Excellency Charles Sir. In his own country dress, he is present here, Charles Sir, and he is a good politician and also human rights activist. He is very outstanding Member of Parliament who is very vocal and instrumental in the passage of legislation that seek to promote and protect the interest of the less privileged and vulnerable people in the society. That's why yesterday you cried when you see the ocean of children at Kiss. Thank you, His Excellency, Honorable Member of Parliament. I welcome you on behalf of everybody present here. And similarly, we are also, we have with us Professor Dr. Moser from the Switzerland, who is a renowned academics and also researcher. I welcome you. Thank you very much for your present here. I also extend my heartiest welcome to our own alumni, Dr. Andreas Jahan, Foreign Policy Advisor German Federal Parliament of German. So I welcome you, sir, also once again. And you will find another things, because you see, anything to be success, spiritualism is very much needed. I am also a little bit successful person because I always practice spiritualism 3 hours per day. So you will find one spiritual leader with us in the present, Parama Pujya Swami Surya Prabhaji, who is also Minister of Religion at the Brahmarshi Mission in UK, and she is Indian origin definitely, and she is known as Surya Didi, is a very respected spiritual leader in UK and India, and in the Minister of Religion at the Brahmarshi Mission UK. You will be surprised to know she has dedicated her life, entire life, and for this mission from the age of 18. And Didi's compassionate leadership and dedication to service have earned her recognition and respect both within the mission and also in the wider community. So thank you, Didi, for your kind presence to grace this occasion. And on behalf of everybody, I welcome you. And definitely your deliberation will help our young guys, young students from the different school and college present here in the later period of 2 days. So it's also my great pleasure to extend the heartiest welcome to our Her Excellency Vanessa Adrian from the Embassy of Mexico, present here, and also His Excellency Mr. Michael A. Paul, Country Director, Embassy of Australia, and also His Excellency Mr. Jonathan Klom, the Embassy of Sweden, and also respected Madam Dr. Hilda Farkas, the Embassy of Hungary. So I welcome you all, and definitely हम लोग का फाइनली आता है इंडियन टर्म, बिकॉज हम लोग होस्ट कंट्री है, पहले बाहर कंप्लीट करेंगे, देन इंडियन पार्लियामेंट मेंबर्स को हम लोग आभार व्यक्त करेंगे. तो मेरा माने भाषा नहीं, आप लोग सबको आभार व्यक्त करने के लिए. सिमिलरली आवर ऑनरेबल मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट फ्रॉम द राज्यसभा झारखंड स्टेट, रेस्पेक्टेड श्री दीपक प्रकाश जी. सो दीपक प्रकाश जी कीजिए, बच्चे लोग थोड़ा जोर से ताली दो, उसका जन्मदिन है, टुडे इज बर्थडे. सो टुडे इज बर्थडे, थोड़ा अच्छा से ताली दो, विश करो, बिकॉज we cannot repay their love and affection towards us coming to this place. Minimum we can clap and extend the good wishes and prayers for their well-being. So दीपक प्रकाश जी, आपको बहुत बहुत मैं प्रणाम करता हूँ, स्वागत करता हूँ. आप in spite of Ambedkar Jayanti and you all four have come, others are coming, तो आपको मैं सबका तरफ से, मेरा किट किसका तरफ से, मेरा तरफ से आपको मैं स्वागत करता हूँ. Similarly, we have with us honorable member of parliament, respected Sri Samir Oran ji. Samir Oran ji, he is also the member of parliament Rajya Sabha, and he is also the BJP national president ST Morcha present here. So आपको भी स्वागत करता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ, बहुत बहुत आपको धन्यवाद, आप यहाँ पर आए हैं. And we have with us our seasoned politician, member of parliament Rajya Sabha, respected Sri Shankar Deep Rajbhar ji, from the UP state. So sir, आपको बहुत बहुत मैं स्वागत करता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ. आप यहाँ पर आए, in spite of a busy schedule, आप आज चले जाएंगे, so still you have come, तो आपको मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ. Similarly, it's our great pleasure to welcome the honorable member of parliament Sri Ajay Nishad ji, who is also the member of parliament Lok Sabha from the Bihar. तो आपको भी मैं बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ, धन्यवाद देता हूँ. In spite of your busy schedule, you came all the way to see all of us. तो आपको बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ. Similarly, we have with us Her Excellency member of parliament from the Armenia, Shobinar Vardanoyan. She is Honorable Member of Parliament from Armenia. She is renowned economist and also the politician. And she is instrumentation to introduce paternal leave in Armenia from 2021. Yeah, she is the instrument to introduce the paternal leave in Armenia from the 2021. Thank you very much, ma'am, coming all the way. On behalf of the entire gatherings, on behalf of KIIT and KIIS, I welcome you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your kind presence. We have with us many Padma Shri awardee present amongst the guardians. Padma Shri, the civilian award. So, ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରୁଛି ଆମର ମୃତ୍ୟୁଞ୍ଜୟ ବାବୁଙ୍କୁ ପଦ୍ମଶ୍ରୀ, ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରୁଛି ଆମର ହଳଧର ବାବୁ ପଦ୍ମଶ୍ରୀ, ମୁଁ ସ୍ୱାଗତ କରୁଛି ଦୈତାରୀ ନାୟକ ପଦ୍ମଶ୍ରୀ। ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। ଆପଣମାନେ ଆମର ନିମନ୍ତ୍ରଣ ରକ୍ଷା କରି ଆସିଛନ୍ତି, ଆପଣମାନଙ୍କୁ ବହୁତ ବହୁତ ଧନ୍ୟବାଦ। Besides this also, we have with us more than 50 academicians from the different prestigious institute, university of the country, and also from the different part of the India. So more than 50 academicians present here as the speaker for today and tomorrow. So I have taken so much of time, I feel myself guilty. So you should not mind, I will, because your name are with me, including our Pro VC from the IGNO, Professor Hazarika from Assam has come all the way. So anyhow, our respected Professor Vishwajit Ghosh ji, Vice Chancellor from Calcutta, Rajendra S. Dhaka, Chairperson of the INSA from IIT Delhi. So it's my great pleasure as a founder of KIIT and KIIS to extend heartiest welcome to each and every speakers present here, and he or she is the good academicians and scientists and also policy maker from the different parts of the country. मैं सबको बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूँ and आप लोग को धन्यवाद देता हूँ. Besides that also, it is my great pleasure to welcome others invited guests, speakers, those are present here, and particularly the our lovable students present here from the different other colleges and university and schools also, and the lovable students, those are watching us online in different auditorium, because students are now watching us for a kind information in different 4 auditoriums, and it is going on live globally and also in the television here in Odisha state. So I welcome each and every student, each and every staff from the other colleges and university, and also our staff member present here, and particularly my lovable KIITians and KIISians also, those who are present here. So lastly, I should express my thanks, gratitude to our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, who has given this opportunity because of presidency of India in G20 to host Y20. So we express our thanks, gratitude to Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. At the same time, I express my thanks, gratitude to our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik ji, who has inspired and supported our belief in the transformative power of education. And lastly, not least, our special thanks, gratitude to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Services for entrusting this to us to host Y20. So Madam is also present here on behalf of the ministry. So I express my thanks, gratitude to Youth and Sports Affairs Ministry, Services, etc. So anyhow, I have prepared something to speak on this occasion, lekin I have taken so much of time, I should be expressed by all of you. Now there are so many honorable guests present here. They will speak few minutes. Again, all the honorable member of parliament, our Indian parliament, other speakers, they will start their speaking from the 12:30 onwards today and tomorrow. So I hope definitely their deliberation will boost you, motivate you, and will definitely guide you. So you will never lose. In entire 5 auditoriums you are watching me, the deliberation will be met by our honorable guest, those who have come all the way. So once again, I should be excused by anybody I have left or I have not taken their names. And at the same time, thank you very much. Odisha is a very beautiful state. Bhubaneswar is the capital city of Odisha. Very beautiful city, no traffic, no pollution, full of greenery, very small city, very good, Bhubaneswar city. All the guests, those who are present here, definitely our volunteers will take to visit the sightseeing and also the Puri Konark, the seventh astonished of the world, the Sun Temple Konark. So our volunteers will take you. Don't forget to see this beautiful state beauty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Professor Achyuta Samant, Honorable Member of Parliament Lok Sabha and founder KIIT and KISS, Professor Sasmita Rani Samant, Vice Chancellor KIIT deemed to be University, and Professor Saranjeet Singh, Pro Vice Chancellor KIIT deemed to be University, to felicitate our esteemed dignitaries.
Starting with the chief guest of this ceremony, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. The guest of honor, Shri Tushar Kanti Behera, Honorable Minister of State for Home, Sports and Youth Services, and E&IT, Government of Odisha. Mr. Virendra Sharma, Honorable Member of Parliament, United Kingdom. Mr. Robert Pittenger, former US Congressman, United States of America. Dr. Nicholas Samuel Guger, Honorable Member of Parliament, Switzerland. And Global Ambassador of KIIT and KISS. His Excellency Mr. Ruben Gauci, High Commissioner of Malta to India. Shrimati Meeta Rajiv Lochan, Secretary Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Mr. Ricky Cage, multiple Grammy Award winner, India. We would also request all the esteemed dignitaries of the dais to please come up on the stage, and we would love to felicitate you. Starting with Honorable Mr. Andreas Schwarz, Member of Parliament, Germany. Mr. Olivier J. BJ, Member of Parliament, Ivory Coast. Dr. Jan Solos, Honorable Member of Parliament, Slovakia. Mr. Sahar Charles, Honorable Member of Parliament, Sierra Leone. Ms. Yulia Klimneko, Honorable Member of Parliament, Ukraine. Ms. Sovinar Vardanyan, Honorable Member of Parliament, Armenia. Mr. Dimitar Tashev, former Member of Parliament, Bulgaria. Shri Ajay Nishad, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha from Muzaffarpur, India. Shri Sakaldeep Rajbhar, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha from Balia, UP, India. Shri Deepak Prakash, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and BJP State President, Jharkhand. Shri Sameer Oraon, Honorable Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha and BJP National President, ST Morcha. Ms. Vanessa Adrian Espinosa Aguirre, Cultural and Educational Affairs, Embassy of Mexico. Dr. Hilda Farkas, Counselor for Science and Technology, Embassy of Hungary. Her Holiness Swami Surya Prabha, Minister of Religion at the Brahmrishi Mission, United Kingdom. Dr. Andreas Jahn, Foreign Policy Advisor, Bundestag, German Federal Parliament of Germany. Professor Dr. Roger Moser, Director, Asia Connect Center and India, Competence Center, Switzerland. Mr. Michael A. Pahl, Country Director, Austrian Cultural Forum, Embassy of Austria.
It is my honor to also invite on stage wife of Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, and also the daughter-in-law. I also invite on stage Sir's daughter-in-law.
We will also like to felicitate the remaining dignitaries at a later stage. Now, I kindly request the Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Ashwini Kumar Chaube, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, food and public distribution,
बेहरा जी, माननीय गृह राज्य मंत्री, खेल और युवा सेवाएं और E&IT भारत सरकार से नहीं बल्कि उड़ीसा सरकार के, है ना, उड़ीसा सरकार से हमारे मंत्री हैं, युवा है, और डॉक्टर निकोलस सैमुअल मुगर, माननीय सांसद सदस्य स्विट्जरलैंड, कल वो साथ में आए हैं हमारे साथ। श्री वीरेंद्र शर्मा, माननीय सांसद यूनाइटेड किंगडम, डॉक्टर रॉबर्ट पिंकेटर, पूर्व सदस्य अमेरिकी कांग्रेस, हमारे यहाँ पर आए हुए जो मिस्टर रूबन गौशी, हाई कमिश्नर ऑफ माल्टा, धन्यवाद। श्रीमती मीता राजीव लोचन, सेक्रेटरी यूथ अफेयर्स, साथ ही मंच पर उपस्थित श्री रिकी केज, मल्टीपल ग्रैमी विजेता रिकी केज जी, और इस कार्यक्रम को जिन्होंने आयोजन किया है, जिन्होंने सबका ख्याल रखा है, जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं, सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, उस मूल मंत्र को आपने सुशोभित करने का काम किया है। ऐसे हम सब लोगों के प्रिय और एक ऐसे शिक्षाविद जिन्होंने इस संस्थान का आज से लगभग 2 युग पहले इन्होंने स्थापना किया, और आज देश विदेश में इस संस्था का नाम, इस संस्था से गए हुए छात्र छात्राएं देश भर में और दुनिया में अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं। यह श्रेय हमारे माननीय सांसद, लोकप्रिय सांसद श्री अच्युत सामंत जी, हमारे बहुत ही नेक मित्र कहिए, छोटे भाई कहिए, मैं उन्हें बहुत प्यार करता हूं और मैं उनका एहसानमंद हूं कि आपने इतने अच्छे कार्यक्रम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मार्गदर्शन में और यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री जी, इन सब लोगों के सहयोग से आपने बहुत ही एक इतना भव्य कार्यक्रम आपने आयोजित किया है। मैं सचमुच में आपको हृदय से आपका अभिवादन करता हूं, अच्युत सामंत जी को। यहां पर प्रोफेसर प्रोफेसर सस्मिता सामंत जो कुलपति हैं KIIT डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी के विश्वविद्यालय के, उनको भी शुभकामना। प्रोफेसर शरणजीत सिंह, प्रो वाइस चांसलर KIIT के टू बी डीम्ड यूनिवर्सिटी, और सभी हमारे सम्मानित बंधुगण, भगिनी, पत्रकार मित्रों, मैं शुरुआत कहां से करूं? मैंने हनुमान जी का मुट्ठी बांध करके, युवा शक्ति का प्रतीक हनुमंत शक्ति होता है। हनुमंत की शक्ति अगर जग जाए तो देश और दुनिया को हम जगा सकते हैं और देश और दुनिया को बना सकते हैं। हमें युवा शक्ति, मुझे याद आ रहा है 1884 का उस धर्म संसद का, जहां पर नरेंद्र नाम के व्यक्ति ने भारत के बारे में उस धर्म संसद में कहा था कि 2021 के बाद जो वर्ष होगा, 21वीं शताब्दी, वो भारत का होगा, वो भारत का होगा। ये बात धर्म संसद में 1884 में शिकागो में नरेंद्र नाम के एक व्यक्ति ने कहा था। और वो नरेंद्र, जिन्हें वहां बोलने नहीं दिया गया था, कैसे कैसे वो पहुंचे थे। उस नरेंद्र ने भारत के सनातन संस्कृति के विषय को जिस प्रकार से दुनिया भर के लोगों के सामने रखा, उसके बाद वही नरेंद्र स्वामी विवेकानंद के रूप में जाने गए। मैं आज स्वामी विवेकानंद को, भारत के आधुनिक संत को नमन करता हूं, जिन्होंने देश को और दुनिया को, उन्होंने कहा था युवाओं के लिए, उत्तिष्ठत जागृत प्राप्य वराण बोधता, उठो जागो और लक्ष्य तक पहुंचे बिना विश्राम मत करना। यह है युवा शक्ति का संदेश, स्वामी विवेकानंद का संदेश। भाई और बहनों, भारत बदल रहा है। कभी भारत दुनिया की ओर गिड़गिड़ाते हुए देखा करता था और आज दुनिया भारत की ओर झुका हुआ दिखाई पड़ता है। यह है बदलता हुआ भारत, न्यू इंडिया। यह है बदलता हुआ भारत। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में, उनके मार्गदर्शन में नया भारत, जो स्वामी विवेकानंद ने कहा था और मैंने 2010-11 में सूरत के मैदान में कहा था, उसी नरेंद्र का रूप नरेंद्र मोदी में प्रवेश कर गया है। स्वामी विवेकानंद के सपने को साकार करने के लिए नरेंद्र भाई मोदी आज देश और दुनिया में एक लौता नेता ऐसे हैं जो सबका विश्वास अर्जित करके और सबके प्रयास से इस देश को और दुनिया में भाईचारे के संबंध को, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, पूरा विश्व हमारा परिवार है, वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के इस मूल मंत्र से सबको जगाने का, सबको अपनाने का काम किया है। संगच्छध्वम संगबद्धध्वम, सब साथ चले, सब मिलके चले। ओम सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहि तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मां विद्विषावहि। ओम शांति शांति शांति। साथ चले, मिलके चले और पूरे दुनिया भर के लोगों को शांति का संदेश भारत ने दिया है। ये भारत वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना से पूरे विश्व को हमने अपना समझा है। आज 7 दशक बीतने के बाद मई 2014 के पहले भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था विश्व में 10वें स्थान पर था और आज 8-9 वर्षों में हमने बहुत बड़ी छलांग लगाई है और 5वें स्थान पर हम पहुंच गए हैं। और हमारा लक्ष्य विश्व की तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था पर केंद्रित है। हम तीसरी अर्थव्यवस्था पर पहुंचेंगे, यह हमारा संकल्प है। हम उस सिद्धि की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं अभी 2 दिन पहले लखनऊ विश्वविद्यालय में तृतीय अर्थव्यवस्था के कॉन्फ्रेंस में वहां सम्मिलित हुआ था। मैं गौरवान्वित हूं कि किस प्रकार से आज भारत के लोग, जो कभी कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकता था, लेकिन 8-9 सालों में प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो करिश्मा हुआ है, ये आप सबके सामने है। अभी तक भारत को केवल सांस्कृतिक विरासत का महादेश ही कहा जाता था, किंतु अब यह सामरिक और आर्थिक महाशक्ति बनने की ओर अग्रसर है। बदलते भारत का स्वरूप यह है कि उसकी अध्यक्षता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत के हाथों में है। G20 आज उनकी अध्यक्षता में सौंपा गया है। यह हम सब लोगों के लिए गौरव का विषय है। G20 देशों के पास 95% पेटेंट है, 95%। वैश्विक सकल घरेलू उत्पाद उसका 85%, 85% की भागीदारी है। अंतर्राष्ट्रीय व्यापार का 75% की हिस्सेदारी है और विश्व की 65% जनसंख्या वाला संगठन G20 है। यही नहीं, इस समूह में विश्व बैंक और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुद्रा कोष भी शामिल है। भाई और बहनों, यह समूह सभी प्रमुख अंतर्राष्ट्रीय आर्थिक मुद्दों पर वैश्विक संरचना तथा उसको तय करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है। भारत इस समूह का अध्यक्ष होने के कारण सन 2023 G20 शिखर सम्मेलन के लिए एजेंडा, विषय वस्तु और फोकस क्षेत्र भारत निर्धारित करेगा। जो हम तय करेंगे, जिसका संकल्प लेंगे, उसे प्राप्त भी करेंगे, क्योंकि इस सम्मेलन में भाग लेने के लिए प्रतिनिधि विश्व के 65% जनसंख्या का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। और हमारे देश में तो ये कहा गया है अभ्यागत के लिए, अभी देखो अच्युत सामंत जी ने एक एक अतिथि का किस प्रकार से नमन हो करके और उनका स्वागत किया। एक एक व्यक्ति यहां अभिनंदन करने का काम इन्होंने किया। ये है भारत की संस्कृति, ये है हमारी सभ्यता। भाई और बहनों, हमारे यहां शास्त्र में कहा गया है अभ्यागतं श्रांत मनोव्रजन्ति देवाश्च सर्वे पितरो आगनस्य तस्मिन् दविचे पूजिसे पूजिता स्युर्गते निराशा पितरो व्रजन्ति। इसका अर्थ है जब अतिथि और अभ्यागत घर पर आते हैं, कहते हैं कि उसके पीछे समस्त देवता जन और यहां तक पितृदेव और अग्नि भी पदार्पण करते हैं। इसीलिए तो हमारे देश में कहा गया है अतिथि देवो भव, अतिथि देवता के समान आते हैं, होते हैं। आप सभी देवत्व रूप में आज यहां पधारे हैं। भाई और बहनों, कोविड-19 वैश्विक महामारी के उस कालखंड को हम सब लोगों ने, दुनिया भर के लोगों ने झेला है। और मैं उस समय स्वास्थ्य मंत्रालय का काम देख रहा था। मुझे मालूम है कि किस प्रकार देश की आर्थिक स्थिति नहीं, दुनिया की आर्थिक स्थिति चरमरा गई थी। लेकिन भारत कभी भी अपने आप को उतने महान आपदा को झेलते हुए भी हमने अपने आप को अस्थिर बना करके रखा। हमने दुनिया के 176 देशों को, धन्यवाद, बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत धन्यवाद। दुनिया के 176 देशों को हमने दवा भेजने का काम किया था उस कोविड की महामारी में। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने जहां स्वदेशी वैक्सीन को, जो 15 साल में वैक्सीन तैयार होता था, लेकिन भारत में 9 महीने के अंदर में 2-2 स्वदेशी वैक्सीन बना करके हमने न केवल अपने लिए बल्कि वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के उस भावना से विश्व के उन देशों को भी हमने कोविड महामारी में वैक्सीन भेजने का काम किया। यह है बदलता हुआ भारत, यह है बदलता हुआ भारत का परिदृश्य। भाई और बहनों, मैं विशेष करके जो मुझे लग रहा है कि जो कोविड के बाद जो राजनीतिक उथल पुथल और उसके कारण जो अधिकांश देशों की अर्थव्यवस्था की विकास दर वो नगण्य हो गया है। हमें एक मजबूत, संतुलित और समावेशी रिकवरी के लिए G20 द्वारा संयुक्त कार्रवाई की आवश्यकता है। व्यापार के लिए G20 के नेताओं को खुले, अस्थिर और पारदर्शी नियम आधारित व्यापार पर जोर देने की आवश्यकता है, जिसके वैश्विक कमी को दूर किया जा सके। जिससे वैश्विक कमी दूर होगा, इस धरती का भविष्य आने वाले नवयुवकों के हाथ में होगा। युवा शक्ति, राष्ट्र शक्ति, यूथ पावर, नेशन पावर, युवा शक्ति, छात्र शक्ति, राष्ट्र शक्ति। आज का छात्र कल का नागरिक नहीं, अपितु आज का नागरिक है। कर्तव्य और अधिकार के साथ युवा शक्ति को आगे बढ़ना है देश और दुनिया के विकास के लिए। भाई और बहनों, आज KIIT भुवनेश्वर ने इस तरह का आयोजन करके सचमुच में जो युवा पीढ़ी की चुनौतियां हैं, उन चुनौतियों से अवगत कराने का एक सुंदर मंच आपने तैयार किया है और भारत सरकार ने आपको इसकी जिम्मेवारी दी है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बड़े विश्वास के साथ इतने अच्छे कार्यक्रम, आपने उनके आग्रह को 2 दिनों का ये कार्यक्रम चलने वाला है, आज और कल। मैं सामंतो जी को बहुत बहुत बराबर श्रद्धापूर्वक इन्हें मैं साधुवाद देता हूं कि जिस प्रकार से इन्होंने अपनी भूमिका तय करने में मापदंड स्थापित करने का कार्य किया है, इसके लिए संस्थान को भी और उनकी संकल्पना को साकार देने वाले समूह को मेरी हार्दिक बधाई और साधुवाद है। मैं जानता हूं कलिंगा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी से मेरे लगभग 24 साल का संबंध है। आपने 20 साल कहा, लेकिन 4 साल पहले 24 साल का संबंध है। और मैं जानता हूं अच्युत सामंत जी के नश में ही अतिथि देवो भव का कितना साधारण व्यक्ति, एक ऐसे परिवार से आया हुआ व्यक्ति। मैं इनके गांव में गया था, उस समय गवर्नर रामेश्वर ठाकुर जी और मैं इनके गांव को इन्होंने आदर्श गांव बनाने का काम किया था। उस समय आज से 20 साल पहले, 21 साल पहले आदर्श गांव का कंसेप्ट जो आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम सभी सांसदों को 2014 में कहा कि आप सब लोग एक एक आदर्श गांव को, विलेज को आदर्श गांव बनाने को संकल्पित हों। ये काम इन्होंने बहुत पहले किया था। मैं उस गांव में गया था, किस प्रकार का विकास गांव में, किस प्रकार का टेक्नोलॉजी, आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ साथ उस गांव में पोखर भी, माछ पालने का भी कितना बढ़िया वो कार्यक्रम मुझे आज भी लगता। और मैंने प्रधानमंत्री जी के उस कार्यक्रम को कहा कि एक सामंतो जी और बाद में तो ये राज्यसभा के सांसद भी हो गए और कुछ ही दिन बाद लोकसभा के सांसद बन गए, तो निश्चित रूप में प्रधानमंत्री जी भी बड़े इन्हें स्नेह करते हैं, बहुत प्यार देते हैं। ऐसे व्यक्ति को वो अपना समझते भी हैं। मुझे लग रहा है कि आज के इस विकसित विश्व में विकास की जो विविध चुनौतियां हैं, उन पर निजात पाने के लिए मैं भारत के महान अर्थशास्त्री आचार्य चाणक्य को आज याद करना चाहूँगा। आचार्य चाणक्य की जो अर्थशास्त्र की कौटिल्य की जो नीति है, आप सबको मालूम है, उन्होंने कहा था प्रभुतं कार्य मलम्पा तन्नरः कर्तुमिच्छति सर्वारंभेण तत्कार्य सिंहादेकं प्रचक्षते। अब तो चीता पालने का दिन आ गया है, अब कबूतर उड़ाने का दिन चला गया। अब तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री चीता और अभी अभी टाइगर प्रोजेक्ट का मैसूर के अंदर उन्होंने उसका उद्घाटन किया था, मैं उस कार्यक्रम में था। मनुष्य को लक्ष्य प्राप्त करने के लिए शेर के सदृश व्यवहार करना चाहिए। शेर अपने शिकार को एकाग्रता से देखता है और फिर पूरी शक्ति से प्रहार करता है। उसी प्रकार मनुष्य को भी संपूर्ण ऊर्जा और एकाग्रता के साथ कार्य करना चाहिए। यह G20 का हमारा और Y20 का जो कंसल्टेशन है, उस पर केंद्रित होगा। और इस आयोजन के लिए मैं आपको पुनः एक बार बधाई देता हूं, शुभकामना देता हूं, और मैं अपने अन्य मेहमानों को भी सुनूंगा। तो मैं अपनी बात को यहां विराम देते हुए फिर से जय जगन्नाथ की भगवान जगन्नाथ आप सबका कल्याण करे। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, सर्वे सन्तु निरामया, सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु, मां कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। आप सबका कल्याण हो, आप सभी भद्र हो और आप एक दूसरे के काम आए। आप एक दूसरे के पीड़ा को अपनी पीड़ा समझ करके पीड़ित मानवता की सेवा करें। मानव सेवा माधव सेवा, मानव सेवा माधव सेवा। आइए हम नर से नारायण की प्राप्ति करें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय मां भारती। अपन मनन को हार्दिक शुभेच्छा। जय जगन्नाथ।
Thank you, sir, for your kind words. I now request Dr. Nicholas Samuel Guger, Honorable Member of Parliament, Switzerland, and Global Ambassador of KIIT and KISS, to kindly address the gathering.
Namaskar. Dear Brother Dr. Samantha Ji, dear Kissians and KIITians, dear Honorables, dear Honorable Minister, it's a great pleasure. I'm a politician. I will talk to you now the next 2 hours. Joke. I will have a very short speech. My speech is all about heart. Can you take the cameras? Here you see that's a heart. I brought you my heart. As you heard, I'm born in India. I'm now more than 50 years in Switzerland. But where is my family? My family is here back in India. So I'm really happy to have my family here with Dr. Brother Samantha. I'm happy to come often back to Orissa. And it's a great day for the youth. I was a youth and social worker. So I started my career as a youth and social worker in Colombia. I was working with abandoned children in Colombia. That was 1992, 31 years back. Now 30 years later, the circle gets round. I started in India, 1970. 74, I came to Switzerland. 92, I came to Colombia, South America. And then in 2015, I came back to Orissa and India. So today, it's a day of the future. And I shout out, hello, future. Hello, future. What brings us the future? That's a big question. In what I believe, where I want to go, what is my purpose of life? And this is the question. Today, it's a G20 day, but also a I20 day, the Youth 20. So the youth is very close to my heart. As a youth worker, I am still a child. Can you imagine? Are you strong enough to listen to your inner voice as a child? Are you listen to your heart, what you need? So that's the most important. And I invite the youth to come to their heart back. I invite you as adults, as students, as doctors, as professors, as politicians, to share your heart with the youth. And that will be the future. And with that, I conclude. Thanks a lot to be your guest. Thanks a lot, Dr. Samantha Ji, for this gathering. And be blessed. Everybody be blessed. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request the guest of honor, Shri Tushar Kanti Behra, Honorable Minister of State for Home, Sports and Youth Services, and E&IT, Government of Odisha, to address the gathering.
In today's session, Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Ashwin Kumar Choube ji, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Dr. Nicholas Samuel Gugar, Honorable Member of Parliament, Switzerland, and Global Ambassador for KIIT and KIIS, Mr. Birendra Sharma, Honorable Member of Parliament, UK, Srimati Mita Rajiv Lochon, Secretary Youth Affairs, Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, Dr. Robert Pittenger, former US Congressman, USA, Mr. Ricky Cage, Grammy winner, India, and the host, Professor Dr. Achyut Samant, Honorable Member of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and founder, KIIT and KIIS, Professor Sasmita Samanta, Vice Chancellor, KIIT University, and Professor Saranjit Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pro-Vice Chancellor, KIIT Deemed University, and His Excellency Mr. Ruben Gaushi, Malta, and all other dignitaries present over here on the dais, and honorable members of Parliament from India and outside India, all dignitaries, Padma Shri awardees, students, delegates from Y20 Consultation, and faculty members and friends from print and electronic media. I wish you a very grand occasion, grand success for this Youth 20 Consultation on this August day. At the very outset, I must say this is an August day because there are many occasions. First of all, today is Lord Hanuman Jayanti and Maha Vishwa Sankranti and Odia New Year. And also, on this occasion, I offer my tribute to Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who has the eminent personality behind our Constitution of India as well as other social reforms. So we must celebrate not only this occasion for this Youth 20 Consultation, but also celebration of integral India, celebration of our culture, celebration of unity in diversity of India. Since there is a very short time period for my speech, I must not take much of time. Just I will focus on 2-3 lines regarding Vasundhaiva Kutumbakam or world is one family. Because to achieve this ambition, the youth must work together. We must work together to achieve this common goal, leveraging the democratic dividend of youth. That means the youth, not only from India, but across the globe, across the G20 countries, should work together to enhance, to celebrate, and also to work towards the growth of economy and growth of culture, keeping intact our culture as well as heritage, as well as our national integrity. I must say a few words. Whenever we say about achieving the goals which has been set by not only India but also United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goal, the equity, gender equity and transforming. So we must also celebrate the things which have been achieved by technology. Whenever we talk about technology, we are talking about the emerging technology, Industrial Revolution 4, which has been set in 21st century. When we are talking about machine learning, artificial intelligence, augmented reality or virtual reality or metaverse, the main thing or the main challenge which appears before us, because whenever we talk about technology, we know or we must not forget that the advancement in technology is associated with cultural degradation. So whenever we are celebrating technology, we are adopting new emerging technologies, we must keep intact our culture, our heritage, as well as our national integrity. Here in KIIT, it is the official consultation of Y20, which is entrusted by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports. So I also thank our Honorable PM and Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, as well as our CM, and also I congratulate KIIT and KIIS for hosting this grand event. And also, whenever we are talking about health, well-being and sports, I will talk few points on sports, because now Odisha is being emergent as the global power in sports. Recently, under the visionary leadership of Honorable CM Sri Naveen Patnaik, we hosted the Hockey World Cup 2023 in Bhubaneswar as well as in Raurkela. The world has witnessed how we celebrated this program successfully. And also, whenever we are talking about disaster and risk reduction and also sustainability and environment, we must not forget the 3R principle, which is reduce, reuse and recycle, because many students from environment engineering background must be here, because when we are talking about the climate change, we must focus on minimal use of the resources. Because of sustainability, we must give way to our next generation, so that the world will be peaceful and the resources will be utilized in an optimal way. Lastly, in skilling, we must tell how to skill the youth or the upcoming generation to take India to a greater height. So at this August occasion, I must not forget, or I must take the name of one youth from Odisha, Mr. Anil Pradhan, who is the founder of Young Tinkering Lab, Young Tinkering Foundation. Under his guidance or under his mentorship, 3 kids from Odisha have been selected for NASA Rover Challenge. Total, out of 6 students who have been selected from India, 3 students are from Odisha. So I must congratulate Anil Pradhan as well as other youth who are in their 20s. They are striving for the best of our society, who are taking further our youth, our kids to the newer height of Odisha, and also to the newer height for our youth. They must be celebrated and they must be acknowledged. I also congratulate all the students or all the dignitaries who have been here for 2 days to participate in this Y20 consultation. I also wish a grand success for your future, as well as a grand success for this event. which will, you will celebrate this for next 2 days. And also I hope the students who are not here but watching this program online, they should be feel happy for celebrating this occasion, as well as they should collaborate and concentrate how to take future our state, our society, as well as our country, and also establish India as a global power in the world. Thank you all. Bande Utkal Janani, Bande Mataram.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Mr. Virendra Sharma, Honorable Member of Parliament, United Kingdom, to address the gathering.
The Chief Guest, Member of Parliamentarians, my colleagues, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. It's a great honor and a privilege to join you all in this G20 event, youth event. It's a great honor. As a son of India, myself, left India many years ago, went to Britain, now as a member of parliament, returning to my motherland, bringing you the greetings from all the diaspora and the British community for the success of this event and the success for the future. I was given only 5 minutes, but with the knowledge I gained, the experience I had, both between India and Britain, and especially my own passion for women empowerment and the youth for the 21st century's future. The year of youth, we need to. I would like to have more discussion with all of us together rather than individual. That's the most important. Chief Guest has spoken in length about the achievements of the government and the achievement of the people of India. The credit goes to the people because people of India has decided to bring the change. Not the political party has brought the change. That's the difference we need to find. I like to congratulate, and I'm going to use the term which maybe Swamiji don't mind. Hamare Mahatma, Dr. Samantha ji. Mahatma, if you look at his life and look at the achievements these two institutions has got in such a short span of time, no simple person, ordinary person cannot achieve it. Please, thank you very much. On behalf of the humanity, I thank you. On behalf of all those disadvantaged groups in the society, I thank you personally for bringing that vision into reality. And we all have to learn from that. What we need to learn is that what the vision we can deliver. Chief Guest has mentioned Swami Vivekananda. He has mentioned Chanakya. He has mentioned many other philosophers of our country who has given lot from the very basic humanitarian grounds. I personally think the youth year is there. In Britain, I have taken that task on behalf of the young people and the women, which I passionately campaign, and I don't have enough time to go into details. But I hope there will be an opportunity. We have the question and answers so that I can explain to the young people of tomorrow, the leaders of tomorrow, that a person went from a village, worked as a bus conductor, now got parliamentary position in Britain with hard work, dedication, and commitment. How you can achieve it, I'm happy to talk. One last point. Every year, I host an event. It was on Zoom, and it is on Zoom, because we can't afford it. Youth from the 7 countries, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Afghanistan, and Tibet, coming together every year. The young people under the age of 25 discuss the issues of the youth and how they can be active. I get nearly thousands of applications to come on that 50 people's course. That is 1 week, and I will ask every young person to look at my website and see it if you qualify to be participating in that. If you wanted to learn something for the future, how the youth parliamentarians work, how the future young people have the vision for the achievement and eliminating poverty from the society, how every young person have the education for everybody, not for individuals, not for me, but how we can bring the change for all of us. These are the topics we need to discuss more openly, frankly, with the people from the past, people of present and future generations, and the future youth coming up to discuss it. I thank sincerely the organization and especially Dr. Sahib for inviting me here today, hopefully to share my thoughts with you in more details. But I look forward to working with you, not only for today, not only for tomorrow, for the rest of our life, so that how best we can leave a legacy for our future generation. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Srimati Meeta Rajiv Lochan, Secretary Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India, to deliver the address.
Honorable Minister Ashwini Kumar Chaube ji, Minister Tushar Kanti Behra ji, MP Virendra Sharma ji, Dr. Nicholas Kukad, Founder KIIT Achyut Samanta ji, Dr. Robert Pittenger, His Excellency Mr. Gauchi, Vice Chancellor Dr. Samanta, dignitaries on the dais, delegates from different countries, and my dear friends. Friends, it's a privilege to be here with you today, and I am truly impressed by all the achievements of KIIT. KIIT began as an industrial training institute in 1992-93, and within a short span of 30 years, this institution has progressed so fast and so well that today it is ranked among the best universities, best educational institutions in this country. That is truly a wonderful achievement, and I think it speaks volumes about the vision, the dedication, and the hard work of the founders, Samanta ji, and also of the vision and hard work of the academic leadership. So a big congratulations to all of them for the great work that they are doing and for the future. KIIT is the most appropriate institution to host a Y20 Consultation. Friends, young people today are already shaping the world in many different ways, whether it be business, whether it be politics, research, sports, or so many different fields. The Y20 engagement group and the Y20 platform is a place where young leaders from across the world can come together and discuss the key issues of the day. I can see that there are some very interesting sessions that are scheduled to be conducted today, and the themes are very interesting. How to empower young scientists in governance, reimagining businesses, the designing disruptive technologies. All of these have a key role to play for the future. Technology today dominates everything we think and everything we do. And when we look back at India's journey, we see that India has been able to leverage technology to achieve economic growth in so many ways. In particular, I would like to mention about digital public goods. The combination of the Aadhaar database of over 1 billion people, the DigiLocker, and the BHIM, which is an acronym for the Unified Payments Interface, has helped millions out of poverty, and it has really launched the country on the path of economic growth. So we are very happy to share our experiences, and we would also like to learn what else has been done by other countries in this regard. This is the forum to talk about that. Friends, when we look at all countries today, a key problem that they face is skilling the young and continuously reskilling and upskilling the workforce. India alone has over 450 million people in the workforce. So this is a very big task before us, and we hope to hear from all of you about possible solutions. How can countries collaborate and work together to strengthen knowledge sharing mechanisms? How could knowledge be universalized? And can these mechanisms help to take society up the learning curve? We hear a lot about artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence in turn depends upon documentation and upon digitization. So what do you all think about these things? At the ministry, we are keenly watching all the consultations, and we look forward to hearing from all of you. At the end of these sessions, we expect a one-page report from the KIIT about whatever policy recommendations that they have to give about what could be the contents of the Y20 communique. From 17th to 20th August this year in Varanasi, the Youth 20 Summit will be held, where we will finalize the Y20 communique, and hence we are really looking forward to the kind of suggestions which all of you would make. Young people are the present, young people are also the future, and their vision is very important to shape the world. Friends, we cannot know what the future can bring. I think that's one thing that the COVID pandemic has shown all of us. But certainly, all of us in these forums can work together to try to reimagine the future and to try to craft robust solutions for a better tomorrow. So once again, I would like to give a very grateful thanks to KIIT, to Dr. Samanta, and their team for hosting this wonderful consultation, and we really look forward to hearing the voices of the young. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am. I kindly request Honorable Mr. Robert Pittenger, former US Congressman, to address the August gathering.
Good afternoon. Dr. Samantha, distinguished guests, colleagues, it's my honor to be here to represent the United States. Yes, I did come back my second time in a week, but it is because of Dr. Samantha that I come. You know, there was a great physicist, Albert Einstein, who was traveling through Europe on a train. And as he traveled through, he got on the train, and the conductor came down the road to punch the tickets. And while he came down the road, Dr. Schweitzer was scrambling. He was in a panic and looking everywhere for his ticket. He couldn't find it. In his suitcase, his vest, in his seat. The conductor saw him and said, "Sir, may I help you? Is there a problem?" He said, "I can't find my ticket." He said, well, sir, are you not Albert Einstein, the great physicist?" He said, "Well, yes." He said, "Well, Dr. Einstein, you don't worry about it. We know who you are. You're a wonderful person, and you enjoy this ride." He said, "Well, okay." They made another stop. People got on the train. The conductor came down collecting the tickets. And there was Dr. Einstein, panicked again. He looked everywhere. He was just scrambling. And the conductor came up and said, "Dr. Einstein, what's the problem?" He said, "I can't find my ticket." He said, "Well, Dr. Einstein, we know who you are. You don't worry about it. You enjoy this ride." He said, "Sir, I too know who I am. I just don't know where I'm going." Well, thank God that Dr. Samantha knows where he's going, and I pay tribute to him and to each of you for this incredible university, which is my privilege to be here. You know, in life, most of us will live maybe 100 years, some less, some more. But the reality is we'll be gone. And in our culture, in our country, when they bury us, they put a tombstone on top of the grave. And it has the name, okay, has the year you're born, and a dash, and then a year that you died. What is significant, really, in that tombstone? What's the most important thing in it? It's that dash. What did we do in that dash? What did we do significant in the lives of our family, of our friends, of our country, of the world? Thank God for such an example as Dr. Samantha today, for what a dash he's made. And that's why I pay tribute to each of you who are here. You know, through the last 50 years, I have the privilege in private life and in public life to work with a lot of great leaders, and I've found the qualities in their life that were so significant, that allow them to lead with such strength and character. I had invited Margaret Thatcher, the former Prime Minister of the UK, to come and be with us in Charlotte, where I lived, and we had a dinner and a time with students as well. And I picked her up in a friend's Rolls Royce. She said, "Robert, I'm a commoner. I've never been in a Rolls Royce." And so I haven't either, Lady Thatcher, but let's enjoy the ride. As we drove through from the airport to her hotel, I said, "Lady Thatcher, we all know you're the Iron Woman. You were there when the wall came down. You were there to bring fiscal accountability to your government. There was requirements of financial obligations that you couldn't meet as a government." And I said, "But what we don't know, what is the character traits? What built in your life for you to become the Iron Woman and to lead with such strength and fortitude and character?" She said, "Robert, was my father. My father was a Methodist Sunday school teacher, and he took me to church every Sunday, but he taught me 3 principles about leadership. If you don't hear anything else today from me, try to remember these 3 principles. The first principle is determine the right thing to do. What's the principal thing to do in any given situation? The second one is, with your whole heart, commit yourself to that objective. Unwavering. And thirdly, with all your persuasion, with all your abilities, seek to bring your friends and your colleagues to join you." That was a clear, precise definition of leadership like nothing I'd ever heard in my life. Let's move 20 years forward. I'm in the United States Congress. I just got elected. They invited us to come up to Harvard, to 85 new members of Congress, to get to know each other and learn some issues that we need to be more aware about. And there are 4 members of the UK Parliament who came to observe us, 2 from Labour, 2 Conservatives. And we all spent a week together. And Joe Kennedy, my colleague, the grandnephew of John F. Kennedy, took us out to Fenway Park, the home of the Boston Red Sox. I'm a Yankee fan. But he took us out there, and we had a great evening going through the the dugouts and the team room and all through the stadium. And we went out there on buses. And I happened to sit next to one of the labor members of Parliament. And as we chatted along, I asked her about my dear friend David Amos, who was a member of Parliament. Oh, I love David. And finally, I got the courage to ask her, well, what do you think about Margaret Thatcher? It took a little courage because Margaret Thatcher was a conservative and she was a member of Labor. Two polarized views. I said, well, what do you think of her? She said, God bless her. She saved our country. She had the guts to do what my party didn't have the guts to do. And boy, my mind went back to that conversation that I had had with her 20 years before when she defined leadership to me and the cost that it takes to persevere, to continue, to accomplish your vision. Another one, and I'll be brief, was Ronald Reagan. Many times I've served with him. I was on his inaugural committee. I hosted him in Charlotte again. The distinctive character about Ronald Reagan was found in what Harry Truman said, speak softly and carry a big stick. We don't have to banter around. We don't have to be arrogant. We don't have to be hostile in public life, in discourse. We can be thoughtful, caring people that can convey our ideas. Nobody ever got angry at Ronald Reagan because of his personality. They may not have liked everything he did, but he was a gentleman. And the discourse in public life, in private life, is so important. Well, thank you. I'm so grateful to have been asked to be here to honor you, sir, and honor this great school. And I think of the replication, the multiplication, what's going to happen through this school alone, through your lives, throughout India and frankly throughout the world, by the millions of people that will be impacted because of your presence here today. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request His Excellency Mr. Ruben Gauci, High Commissioner of Malta to India, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Judging from our theme today, One Earth, One Family, One Home, I would kindly like to greet you, Om Shanti, my family. The last time I was on this dais was last September 2022. And the last time I was in Malta was in July 2022. So I'm feeling more at home here in Bhubaneswar. And I must say that I am more humbled to be speaking to you today than I was last time. Because today I am surrounded by parliamentarians, elected people. They are elected to speak. In my case, I am appointed to speak. So I should be more humble whilst addressing people who have been chosen by others, and that's democracy, to speak on behalf of them. So please accept my humble speech. Dr. Samantha told me that it should be 5 minutes. If it's less, consider it as my humility. If it's more, I apologize for taking more time. What I like about India, I arrived in India almost 2.5 years ago, September 2020. This was the time of COVID. And I experienced most especially the second wave here in April 2021, May 2021. Something which struck me about India then and strikes me about India still, and I believe I will continue to be struck by it, is that Indian people treat others better than they treat themselves. And this reflected also in the policies and politics during COVID, when India was giving the vaccine to neighboring countries, was helping neighboring countries, even sometimes getting less for itself, but giving to others. I am also struck here in India by politeness, and I am not an anthropologist. You know, we diplomats are a bit of everything. We're jacks of all trade. We represent our politicians, we represent our experts, we represent everyone. So we're a bit of jacks of all trades. But I'm not an anthropologist. But I have this firm belief that politeness, the idea of politeness, started here in India. Because the politeness which I see in this country, even sometimes when I get angry, and still people remain not only visibly polite, but intrinsically polite. And this is something which I really, really admire about this country. As I said, I was here in Bhubaneswar in September 2022. This is my second time now in the state of Orissa. After I finish with this commitment here, I will be very proud to go to Sadhana, which is a town which is 4 hours or 5 hours or 6 hours, I'm not sure, but here in Orissa, to meet a Maltese nurse and occupational therapist who has been here in India for more than 40 years. And my government has funded a project for her, which she's doing with people with different abilities. And I'm really, really proud that my government, even though Malta is an extremely small country, especially compared to India, 500,000 population, imagine comparing this to India. You know, my country is a member of the European Union. India is 3 times the population of the European Union, imagine that. So you can imagine how I feel coming from such a small country in comparison to your good selves here. But it is my pleasure that in its smallness, my country has funded this project of this person who has given more than 40 years of her life in India, mainly in Orissa and in Jharkhand, to work with people with different abilities to help them cope better with life. So finally, I would like to conclude, and I am concluding here. When one says one earth, one family, one home, that is a journey. And if we arrive to that point, then we can really say that we have become one home, one family, and one earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I kindly request Professor Sashmita Rani Samant, Vice Chancellor, KIIT deemed to be University, to deliver the address.
Very good afternoon to one and all present here. Most Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Ashwini Kumar Chaubeji, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Honorable Guest of Honor, Sri Tushar Kanti Behera ji, Honorable Minister of State for Home, Sports and Youth Services, Honorable Member of Parliament, Switzerland, Dr. Nicolo Samuel Gagar, and also the Global Ambassador of KIIT and KIIS, Honorable Mr. Birendra Sharma, Member of Parliament of UK, Honorable Dr. Robert Pittenger, Honorable US Congressman of USA, Honorable Mr. Ricky Cage, multiple Grammy winner of India, Most Honorable Founder of KIIT and KIIS, and also the Honorable Member of Parliament, Professor Achyutananda Samant sir, Honorable Secretary of Youth Affairs, Madam Mita Rajiv Lochan, the person who had allowed KIIT University to host this Y20 Consultation in this university campus in the state of Odisha, for which we all are very thankful to her. Honorable His Excellency Mr. Ruben Gussi, High Commissioner of Malta, and all the Honorable Member of Parliaments, Honorable guests, delegates, academicians, scientists, TED Talk persons, and all the students from KIIT and KISS, and students from all the colleges of the state present here, the faculties from all the colleges of the state, students and teachers of different schools of the state present here. I would like to thank each one of the members for being present here and for contributing for this Y20 consultation, because today in this country, because of the demographic dividend, or maybe it is destined that perhaps this is the best time for this country to grow, to lead, and to show to the world the intellectual capital that this country is having. Today in this country, we all are celebrating New Year in many states. So Happy New Year to the students, the guests present here from different states today. Second is that we are celebrating Ambedkar Jayanti. The document prepared by our, I can say that, Honorable Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Today the whole world is reworking on this. The document which is leading the 140 crores of people, a big civilization with the potentials of intellect, with the potentials of the capabilities, and grooming the people with lots of sense of peace and tolerance. And for that, whole world is looking towards this document. And I think that while we all are celebrating so many events today, I think this country is today proud of many events, and on the same day we all are celebrating this Y20 consultation. And in this country, this is proud of its 65% youth it is having today. 65% youth it is having today, and the youth of this country now is prepared to rule over the globe. Our Honorable Prime Minister is speaking in many occasions that in this country, while this country has introduced its own new education policy, which has enough capabilities to educate the youth of this country, and with that, we are having the policies to nurture those capabilities and education in this country by providing them the support to rule over the world with the capabilities of entrepreneurship. So we are seeing that many events, many policies are coming up, either in the form of startup policies, the entrepreneurship policies, or very recently, many policies are coming to maintain the safety and security in this country. It can be the social media policy or any other policies in place. So the youth present here, I think we also take the advantage of demographic dividend of this country and rule over the world. I had read somewhere that in 2019, in UK Parliament, the policy of net zero was approved. And after that, that country prepared itself to go for net zero, and many policies followed it and people accepted this. And now in this country, in this world, perhaps that is being considered as the policy which is more focused for climate change and environmental consciousness. But if you see the policy of this country about Swachhata, perhaps this country has taken this step 1,000 years back. And today, while our Prime Minister is talking about once again this India will be Biswaguru. I think 2005 years back in Taxila University, this country was getting students from 55 countries. And this country was teaching their medicine, mathematics, philosophy, and commerce. And before 2,500 years, people from 55 countries were coming to this country to learn those subjects and to grow in education and other professions. And today, again, in 2022-23, this country is preparing itself to strengthen its intellectual base and to rule over the world. And this Y20 consultation in KIIT University, I would like to say that one of the speakers has already said, perhaps this is the best place to host this event. Because since establishment of KIIT and KIIS, the vision of our honorable founder, Professor Dr. Achyutananda Samanta, was to provide the services to the people of this country, particularly to the youth, as such they can be self-sustainable. They can take care of themselves. They can grow by themselves. He always says that I am the model before the youth, that any poor child or any child who is educated, he can take care of himself and he can grow. He believed in the power of education, the power of knowledge, and with that belief he had established KIIT and KIIS. And maybe that vision and that power slowly has been transformed into the reality, and it has come to the each and every individual in KIIT and KIIS with 100,000 population, including students, staff, and others taken together. And today all the honorable members are here. We have heard each one of them, and we have seen their love and affection for this purpose. When the purpose is broad, it's noble. I think that, and I believe being the person from management, the wishes, the capabilities, strengths are connected to it naturally. And we have heard and got the blessings of honorable ministers and MPs present here, and got their blessings today. And I hope that it's a great blessings for all the youth present here, and must have given you lots of examples to take the clues for yourself how to grow in future. We always, whenever we interact with any student or students get exposure to interact with any leaders, normally we listen to many things, we see different examples, but at times we get the examples which is befitting to us that we can take as the clue to achieve our life goal. And I hope that when so many speakers, so many leaders, so many achievers are there with us today, around 100 speakers are there, 100 achievers are there with us, they'll be speaking with us, they'll be interacting with us, we'll be sharing their experiences. Maybe we all can get clues from there and make our own plan to achieve something great in future. So many congratulations to all the young students present here. And I hope that this Y20 consultation meeting, somebody had written me, this is my lifetime experience. I thank you for that, for inviting me. Somebody had written me, mails, 3-4 students had written. So I hope it be a lifetime experience and a life-changer experience for the youth, those who are present here. So once again, thanks to the Ministry of Youth Affairs for giving this opportunity to KIIT University. And I also thank all the speakers, delegates, those who are present here, and those who are agreed to speak to our students, faculties, delegates, invitees in this university. And I can say that guide them further. So thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am. We are also honored to have with us multiple Grammy Award winner, Mr. Ricky Cage, who will be performing live in concert today evening. And he will also be addressing the audience during the concert. So you are all requested to attend the live concert by Mr. Ricky Cage. Now, I would request Professor Saranjit Singh, Pro Vice Chancellor, KIIT deemed to be University, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, and Very good afternoon to one and all present here in this august gathering. With the permission of Chair, I would like to keep this vote of thanks maybe within 1 minute of time, sir, because of the paucity of time. So I'm really humbled and privileged, and on behalf of the entire KIIT and KISS University and management here, I've been privileged to extend our acknowledgement in the form of vote of thanks in this inaugural session of Y20 Consultation at KIIT University. We are humbled to have here the chief guest of today's program, Sri Ashwini Kumar Chaubey ji, Honorable Minister of State for Consumer Affairs, Food, Public Distribution, Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Government of India. Thank you, sir. It was indeed a pleasure listening to you. I have personally been watching you and following you since last 2 decades. And we are very, very humbled that you have been associated with us more than 20 years also. Thank you, sir. I think you have motivated our students and all the participants who are present here. Thank you for coming to this inaugural session. Thank you. We also thank the Honorable Member of Parliament from Switzerland, Mr. Dr. Nikol Gugarji, a close friend of our Honorable Founder, sir. Thank you, sir, for visiting us. And thank you for gracing this occasion. We thank the guest of honor, Honorable Sri Tushar Kanti Behraji, Honorable Minister of State for Home, Sports and Youth Services and ENIT, Government of Odisha. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. In absentia, we thank Honorable Mr. Virendra Sharma ji, the Honorable Member of Parliament from UK, the son of soil. He has left for Gurdwara. Probably he'll be joining us maybe in an hour or so. We thank also our own founder, Professor Achyut Samant sir, the founder KIIT and KISS, the Honorable Member of Parliament Lok Sabha, and he has been one of those visionaries and edupreneur. Probably we have been cherished to work with him. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. We thank His Excellency Mr. Ruben Gaushi, the esteemed Commissioner from Malta. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. We thank Dr. Robert Pittenger, former US Congressman from USA. Thank you, sir. The stories which you shared was really inspiring, and probably we will be taking care of those things which you shared with us. Thank you, sir. We thank Mr. Ricky Cage, the multiple Grammy Award winner, the youth icon, and the youth who have been sitting here and probably will be listening to him today evening. Thank you for gracing the occasion, sir. We thank Srimati Meeta Rajiv Loshan, Madam, Secretary Youth Affairs, Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Thank you, Madam, for gracing this occasion. We thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sasmita Samanta, Madam. Thank you, Madam. Thank you for gracing this occasion. Of the dais, we have Member of Parliaments coming from various countries, Member of Parliaments from our own India, and elected representative across the globes and India, senior officials from Government of India, Government of Odisha, and probably a lot of senior officials from government, non-government organization, policy makers, industry people, our own alums who have been the CEOs of various companies, and there are many speakers from the different stratas of the societies who have gathered today. So thank you all for being part of this inaugural session. I will also extend my thanks to all the esteemed leadership who has been sitting here, coming from various universities, the vice chancellors, the pro-vice chancellors, the directors, the senior faculty members, including dean directors from our own university and students fraternity. There have been almost some 60,000-70,000 students who are there on live, because the entire program is going to be live for another rest 1.5 days as well. So our students, both from KIIT and KSS, we are thankful for joining us for this particular program, including the parents and the guardians and the alums. I must thank the organizing secretary who has been put a lot of efforts under the august leadership of our Honorable Vice Chancellor Madam and all the advisory body members to pull up this show. Thank you all. Last but not the least, yes, a big thanks to the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports Government of India for bestowing us with this event, and we look forward for your comfortable stay for another 1.5 days. The theme is very, very apt for a technical university like us, and I'm sure the deliberations which are going to happen, you will be enjoying at the fullest. With this, I have you very happy stay at KIIT and KISS for the next 2 days. Good afternoon. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. We conclude the inaugural ceremony and would be starting with the next technical session now. So we kindly request everybody to please remain seated, and lunch would be served at 1:30.
We'll start with the public speeches now. We have 3 public speakers, member of parliaments, who will be speaking to you, and we'll be serving lunch at 1:30. So please be seated, and we'll start with the next session shortly. In 5 minutes, we'll start with the public speeches. So because we have the lunch at 1:30 and we don't have much time due to paucity of time, we'll be having only 3 speakers in the public speech one. 3 speakers who will be speaking for 5 minutes each, and then we will go for lunch to the banquet hall. All of you are requested to please settle down and please take your seats. As soon as the speakers join us, we'll start with the session. And for this session, we have Dr. Robert Pettinger, former US Congressman, Dr. Andreas Jahn, Foreign Policy Advisor, Bundestag, and Mr. Andreas Schwarz, Honorable Member of Parliament, Germany. All are requested to please take your seats. We'll start the session now. And we would again like to welcome all the esteemed speakers, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, dignitaries, delegates, students, and all the media persons and other people who have gathered here for this Y20 consultation under G20. This public speech one, the theme is One Earth, One Family, One Future, and we have three distinguished speakers with us. Firstly, Dr. Robert Pittenger, former US Congressman, Dr. Andreas Jahn, Foreign Policy Advisor Bundestag, and Mr. Andreas Schwarz, Honorable Member of Parliament, Germany. Also, Ms. Hilda Farkas, Counselor for Science and Technology, Embassy of Hungary, will also join us shortly. So without further delay, I would request all the speakers to please keep the speech to a time limit of 5 minutes, because we will start the lunch at 1:30 p.m. sharp. We have already promised our delegates to start the lunch at 1:30 p.m. And with this, I request our first speaker, Dr. Robert Pittenger, Honorable US Congressman. I would just briefly speak about him. I would request everyone to please maintain silence and listen to the speakers. Yes. So Dr. Robert Pittenger is a former US Congressman who represented Charlotte, North Carolina for 3 terms. He gained national recognition for his work as the chairman of the Congressional Task Force on Terrorism and Unconventional Warfare and vice chairman of the House Financial Services Subcommittee on Terrorism and Illicit Finance. During his tenure in Congress, Dr. Pittenger played a key role in reforming the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States and co-authored the Foreign Investment Risk Review Modernization Act. And with this brief introduction, I would request Dr. Robert Pittenger, former US Congressman, to please deliver his speech.
Good afternoon. What a privilege to be with you today to honor Dr. Samantha in this incredible institution. This is my second time to be in India in the last week, and I've come here to honor him in this great work. I would like to tell you a story about Dr. Albert Einstein. Are you familiar who he is? The great physicist. Dr. Einstein was traveling through Europe on a train, and as he traveled on the train, he got on the train, the conductor came down the row to punch the tickets. And he got to Dr. Einstein, and Dr. Einstein was panicked. He was scrambling, looking for his ticket. And he couldn't find it. And the conductor said, "Sir, is there a problem?" He said, "Well, I can't find my ticket." He said, "Well, aren't you Dr. Albert Einstein?" "Well, yes." He said, "Don't you worry about it, Dr. Einstein. We know who you are. You enjoy this ride." Dr. Einstein said, "Well, okay." So they went on and made another stop. More people got on the train. The conductor came down clipping the tickets. And there's Dr. Einstein, panicked again. He was just so upset. He was scrambling everywhere, looking for his ticket. And the conductor said, "Dr. Einstein, well, what's the problem?" He said, "I can't find my ticket." And he said, "Dr. Einstein, we know who you are. You're the great physicist. You just enjoy this ride." He said, "Sir, I too know who I am. I just don't know where I'm going." Well, that's the reality of life with some people. They don't know really where they're going. I'm glad that Dr. Samantha does. I'm glad that you do, because we all are given a short time to live in life. At the end of the day, you know, we die, and they bury us, and there's a tomb, and there are names on the tomb, and the year we're born and the year we died, and there's a dash between those years. And what's really important on that tombstone isn't anything but the dash. What do we do in our life that was significant, that impacted the world, that impacted other people? So I bring you today the reality of what your life can mean, and the character, frankly, of other people I've worked with the last 50 years, and what they brought to this world because of who they were inside. The character traits, people like Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher, as you may know, was called the Iron Lady. I first met her right after she left she left as Prime Minister in the UK. A tremendous leader. She was there when the wall came down, hundreds of millions of people were liberated. And as well, she was the one who had to fight for the fiscal accountability of her country. And when I invited her to Charlotte, I asked her, I said, Lady Thatcher, what is it that made you such a strong leader? She said, Robert, it was three things that my father taught me. The first thing he taught me was determine the principal thing to do in any given situation. Secondly, with your whole heart, commit yourself to that objective. Thirdly, with all your persuasion, with all your ability, seek to bring your friends and your colleagues to join you. Well, that's exactly what she did, and her life proved that out. Another person was Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan followed the philosophy of former President Harry Truman. Speak softly and carry a big stick. We don't have to be hostile in our relationships. We don't have to be caustic. We can be gentle people who are thoughtful with our colleagues and our friends in our discourse. We can be civil. Then as well, there's Mikhail Gorbachev. Mikhail Gorbachev is the man I met. Of course, he played a strategic role with Reagan and Thatcher and Pope John Paul in the collapse of the Soviet Empire and the liberation of hundreds of millions of people. I was first in the Soviet Union in 1988. And I saw the reality of a country that lived under oppression and suppression and no religious freedom. And he opened up this country. He saw what a difference could make in people's lives. Perestroika, glasnost, was the theme that he carried out. I invited him to come to Charlotte for a dinner, as I had with Reagan and Thatcher. And we had a dinner, and he met with students prior to the dinner. And one student asked him a very provocative question. He said, sir, what is it that's important for the next generation? What do they need? What great civilization, what pillars do they need to stand on to be successful and to have make a compelling statement? He said, President Gorbachev said to this young lady, there are four pillars that you must stand on. The first is a commitment to the poor. The second, a commitment to the environment. The third, a commitment to democracy. And then the fourth, he said, was a commitment to Christianity. I thought, wow, he's come from an atheist country. Why would he embrace a religion? And we got in the car, and I said, Mr. Gorbachev, are you a Christian? He said, Robert, in Moscow today, it's very popular to go to church, but that doesn't make you a Christian. Well, that's true in any religious faith. Well, I said, sir, what happened in your own life? And he said, well, I grew up with my aunt. There was a picture of Lenin on the wall and a picture of Jesus growing up in the living room, and now there's no longer a picture of Lenin. Well, there had been a transformation in his own life by his own faith that had compelled him to do something, I believe, to change the course and the destiny of the Soviet Empire that liberated hundreds of millions of people. Let's look at George Bush Sr. President George Bush, the 41st President of the United States. The distinctive quality about his life was how he lived out his own faith. George Bush, and I was with him many times, he would say, preach the gospel at all times and use words when necessary. Our lives and who we are is much more compelling than what we say and really what we do. People want to know the quality of the person inside. They want to know, are you for real? Do you really care about me? Are you listening to me? And the last person I'd like to mention is my dear friend, David Amos. When I first went to Moscow, David was with me. He was a member of the UK Parliament. He served for 37 years in that Parliament. And a year and a half ago, in September 2021, he was murdered by a terrorist. He'd been my best friend for 33 years. David was a quiet person. While being in the Parliament, he served his constituency. He never was seeking a higher position to be a minister or something else. He wanted to serve others. And he did that for 37 years. And for his service, the Queen knighted him. He was Sir David Amos. But no one ever knew that. He wrote a book, The Eyes and Ears of Parliament. You were 2/3 of the way through the book before you knew he'd been knighted by the Queen. In America, my goodness, American politicians, they've been knighted, been all over the front cover and the back cover and the side cover. We want to tell everybody. But he was a person who quietly wanted to live out his faith and his life in service. So I commend these individuals to you and the qualities that they had that enable them to be very effective, influential people. You know, God uses ordinary people to accomplish extraordinary things. He has certainly done that with Dr. Samantha, and he will do the same with you. You are special to him, and frankly, you're going to have an impact on the entire world. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to introduce the second speaker now. Dr. Andreas Jahn is a senior foreign policy advisor at the Bundestag and Director of Government Affairs and Foreign Trade at the German Association of Small and Medium Businesses. With a degree in Roman Philology from universities in Freiburg and Réunion Island, Andreas has a marked interest in political themes, particularly in global conflict prevention. He has been actively involved with the foundation of basic values and the promotion of understanding among people as the representative of the Berlin office since 2004 and has participated in peace-building missions in Africa. I would now request Dr. Andreas Jahn, Foreign Policy Advisor, Bundestag, to please address the gathering.
Thank you so much, honorable ministers, excellencies, dear members of parliament, dear students, and I'm very happy that you are so attentive to listen after 2 hours. So you have all my admiration, and I promise you I will not speak too long, so you can just concentrate and listen attentively to the Member of Parliament, Andreas Schwarz. Mr. Pittenger, he told a very funny story. I don't know whether you understand it, about Albert Einstein. We have also a German philosopher called Friedrich Hegel, and we have a similar story about him. He was, like myself now, for his students, he was a philosopher, a professor of philosophy, and he lectured his students. And like certain of you, they looked at him, and he taught to them about the phenomenology of the spirit. So it was very complicated, very sophisticated, and nobody understood anything. So after 2 weeks, one of the students asked him, "But Mr. Professor, all what you are telling us, all what you are teaching is so complicated and has nothing to do with reality." So the professor answered, "Too bad for reality." So sometimes the politics is like that. So we have to struggle. And I would like to thank you, especially to Dr. Samantha, for your outstanding hospitality, which I really appreciate. We are deeply honored to be part of this extraordinary gathering, and we would like to congratulate especially to Dr. Varun Sutra for his perfect organization of this Congress, and we feel really at home here in your country. I was honored with honorary doctors, some of you will remember here on the same stage, so I feel more like an ambassador for India than for Germany. And I traveled to many countries in the Committee of Cooperation and Economical Development, and we visited a lot of projects with members of parliament around the world, but I can tell you, we have never seen something extraordinary like here in Bhubaneswar. It's just amazing, amazing. And we are deeply impressed what Dr. Samantha created, and Mrs. Minister, you just proved that it was really for us something who lifts us up and who gives us hope in the future of India. Thank you so much for it. So the topic is outstanding of today's Congress: one Earth, one family, one future. So I asked you that I can talk to you like a family member, as I'm already part of the university. So let me allow to talk to you as a family member rather than the politician. The political part will be talking by my friend Andreas Schwartz. You know, we have a very funny joke in our German Bundestag about the origin of the oldest profession of the world, you know. So there is a politician, a medical doctor, and a civil engineer. They are arguing which is the oldest profession. So the medical doctor claims for himself, well, it should be the medical doctor, because when Adam was created by the rib of Eve, God needed a medical doctor to plant his rib in her heart. So then the civil engineer told, no, it's not true, because before God created Adam and Eve, there was chaos on the earth, so he needed a civil engineer to create order and to establish the oceans and the earth. And then the politician asked it, but who created the chaos? So that's for sure what we have in Germany. Here in India, of course, it's different. You are very disciplined and you follow your way in a different way. So let me mention this Bravery network that Congressman Pittenger mentioned, the National Prayer Breakfast. We know since more than 10 years through this network, and it's outstanding, you know, because this network united more than 130 parliaments across the world. And the National Prayer Breakfast was created for 70 years in Washington, and in Germany it was introduced in 1979. And we connect each other. My friend Andreas Schwartz and myself, we are from different parties, and even if we are on opposite sides of a whole bunch of issues, this love and prayer binds us together on every Friday morning when Parliament is in session. And I can tell you that I keep praying that God will show to Andreas the light, and he will vote for our party project once in a while. And that's going to happen, Andreas. A ray of light is going to beam down. So we have even, and that might be surprising for you, people on our group with Hindi beliefs. We have people who are agnostic, and the far left party leader once came to me and told me, Andreas, I love this group so much. I come here every Friday morning because it's the only hour in the week of sessions where I can leave my mask here in this parliament. And even I'm not believing in God, I'm very much interested in Him. So Dr. Samantha, you talked about spiritual leadership, and I'm happy that His Holiness, Her Holiness Swami Sukhvyala is among us today. We build really with you a trustworthy bridge to your spiritual leadership, and that really makes us proud and feel us united. So Dr. Samantha, allow me to include you from now on in the future of our National Prayer Breakfast Union and of our core team of our fellowship, because you should start such an initiative in the Indian Parliament, and we will endorse you, and you will definitely be the one who is capable to unite all these divisions. Because you have seen a lot of hardship the last decades. I suppose that not a day passes when you don't get a letter from somebody or meet someone who is in big need. You give shelter to the most needy, and I can imagine that you try hard to curb foreclosures and to help to deal with all these increasing challenges. So you are a perfect example, Dr. Samantha, for servant leadership. And even you give us hope in Europe, because if faith reminds us that despite being just one very imperfect person, we can still help whoever we can, however we can, and wherever we can, for as long as we can, and hope that our Creator will buttress those efforts. And let me tell you that I'm very, very happy that this kind of promoting servant leadership, we need more, Dr. Samantha, and that's the kind of faith that moves mountains. And those stories like yours scattered across the country, across the continents, and you take us really to those who make the difference. And thank you for all to be part of it, and we are really proud to be here. So I also thank the Indian government, and especially you, Mrs. Minister, because we observed now that faith groups can work out and care where the government is really in great need. And this is the big result of your presidency, Mrs. Minister, from the G20, and that's why we are so grateful from Germany. So thank you to the Indian government to foster these activities in the framework of the G20. So let me conclude. One Earth, one family, one future. This is a great vision. Over the past decades, the nature of your vision, the proper role of government, has obviously been subjected of enormous controversy. And the debates have been fierce, as one side's version of compassion and community may be interpreted by the other side as an oppressive and irresponsible expansion of the state or an acceptable restriction on individual freedom. That's why recurring theme of my prayers today and for the future is the prayer for humility. In life of politics, when debates have become so bitterly polarized and changes in the media lead so many of us to listen to those who reinforce our existing biases, it's really useful to go back to the spiritual belief and to Scripture, and to remind ourselves that none of us has all the answers. None of us. No matter what our political party or our station in life. The full breadth of human knowledge is like a grain of sand in God's hand. And there are some mysteries in the world we cannot fully comprehend. As it's written in the Bible, God's voice thunders in marvelous ways. He does great things beyond our understanding. So the challenge I find today, and this very afternoon in this moment, is to balance this uncertainty, this humility, with the need to fight for deeply held convictions, but to be open to other points of views, but firm in our core principles. And I understand and open our eyes and our ears to our brothers and sisters with different points of views. Such reminders of our shared hopes and our shared dreams and our shared limitations as children of God will reveal the way forward that we can travel together here with your friends in India and together with us in Europe. And the last recurring theme that binds all our prayers together is that we walk closer with God and make this walk our first and most important things. So in our own lives, it's easy to concern by our daily worries and our daily concern. And it's even easier at a time when everybody is busy, everybody is stressed, and our culture is obsessed with wealth, power, and celebrity. And often it takes a brush with hardship or tragedy to shake us out of that and to remind us what matters most. We see an aging parent wither under a long illness, or we lose friends in Ukraine, as we have heard today. And we remember all of a sudden how fleeting life can be. And we ask ourselves how we have treated others, whether we have told our family and friends how much we love them. And it's in these moments when we feel most intensively our mortality and our flaws and the sins of the world, and that we most desperately seek to touch the face of God. So my prayer today is that we might seek the face of God not only in those moments, but each and every day. And every day as we go through the hustle and bustle of our lives, whether it's here in India or in Hungary or in Malta or in Germany or in Washington or Great Britain, that we kneel before the eternal, and that we might every so often rise above here and now, that we might remember, in fact, that those who wait on the Lord will soar on wings like eagles, and they will run and not be weary, and they will walk and not faint. So let me close with a wonderful story, because I see also some friends of Africa, the story of the 4 candles. Maybe you have heard it before, but it's a wonderful miracle to restore hope in us. The 4 candles burned slowly, and I ask it also the friends there to listen it, because it's very easy to understand it. Please listen to this story carefully, because it might change your life. The 4 candles burned slowly. Their ambience was so soft you could hear them speak. The first candle said, "I am peace, but these days nobody wants to keep me lit." Then peace flame slowly diminishes and goes out completely. The second candle said, "I am faith, but these days I'm no longer indispensable." Then faith's flame slowly diminishes and go out completely. Sadly, the first candle speaks, "I am love, and I haven't the strength to stay lit any longer. People put me aside and don't understand my importance. They even forgot to love those who are nearest to them. Waiting no longer, love goes out completely." Suddenly, a child enters the room and sees the 3 candles no longer burning. The child begins to cry, "Why are you not burning? You are supposed to stay lit until the end." Then the 4th candle speaks gently to the little child. "Don't be afraid, and while I'll still burn, we can relight the other 3 candles. I am the hope." So with shining eyes, the child took the candle of hope and lit the other 3 candles. So my advice for you, the future of India today, you are the Excellencies, you are those who will change this country. Never let the flame of hope go out of your life. With hope, no matter how bad things look and are, peace, faith, love can shine brightly. So this story of Africa is a great reminder that our time on earth is not just about us, as Congressman Pittinger mentioned. It is just a dash between the beginning and the end, and that we open ourselves to the possibility that God has a larger purpose for our lives. And there is a chance that somehow in ways that we may never fully know, God will use well. So be a candle of hope and enlighten the beautiful country of India. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. A special request to all the delegates, students and volunteers at the back to please maintain decorum and please listen intently to our distinguished speakers. They have traveled all the way from different countries to speak to you, and please maintain silence and the decorum. Thank you. I have the privilege to introduce the third speaker of this session. Mr. Andreas Schwarz is a member of the Social Democratic Party, SPD, and has been a member of the German Bundestag since October 2013. He grew up in Stralendorf, Franconia, and graduated from junior high school in Hirschscheid. In 1985, he successfully completed his business studies at the Advanced Technical College at Nuremberg. Mr. Andreas Schwarz has held various positions in local councils, such as mayor for the municipality of Stralendorf and head of the district council of Bamberg for the SPD. He is currently a full member of the budget committee and the main rapporteur for Section 14 Defense Budget. With this brief introduction, I would request Mr. Andreas Schwarz, Honorable Member of Parliament, Germany, to please give his speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, honorable speakers, excellencies, members of parliament, dear students. Thank you first to my friend Andreas. He's my friend. He has only one mistake. He's the wrong party. But from time to time, in Germany, we make coalitions, and from time to time, we are friends, really friends, also political friends. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored by the warm welcome. I want to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament, Professor Samantha, for the invitation to speak, and the KIIT for hosting this great event. A perfect organization. It's my first visit to India, and I can promise it is not my last. It's a great country with fantastic people. Thank you very much. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the need for progress in Germany. The lack of a completely digital public administration hampered outbreak tracing and government response and presents an ongoing challenge in creating digital public services. Furthermore, the German labor force is aging, creating a growing deficit of domestic labor. Around 13 million workers will retire over the next 15 years. That is close to a third of the German working population. The younger cohorts entering the labor market in the same time frame will not be able to offset this deficit. The future transformation of work through Industry 4.0 offers one instrument to combat these problems. The term Industry 4.0 was first introduced by the German Industry Science Research Alliance in 2011. It refers to digitizing industrial production. The concept outlines the vision of a smart factory, which is characterized by the complete networking of all production parts and processes, real-time control via information and telecommunications technology, and the increased use of robots, which control themselves, are developed that should contribute to greater productivity through resource efficiency. Along with the efficiency gains comes improved sustainability, since resources can be used effectively. However, Industry 4.0 is more than a digital advances in production. Industry 4.0 needs to encompass social and work-related innovation in order to facilitate the technological transformation. Which skills do people need to work in Industry 4.0? How can our societies benefit from it? Which policies facilitate sustainable innovation? These are the questions, and some more. The shift in work is already underway, and the concept of Industry 4.0 is shaping the digital discourse in Germany. The German government has therefore adopted a multi-level strategy addressing reforms at municipal, national, and international level. The goal is to maximize the benefits of Industry 4.0 by recognizing the interdependency of domestic and the international level. Starting with the municipal level, policies facilitating technological innovation need to take the differences and inequalities between districts into account. Major cities and highly industrialized districts have already become centers of innovation, while more rural areas still lag behind. However, the backbone of the German economy remains the Mittelstand, mid-sized companies, many of which are hidden champions dominating global markets and driving German exports. These are spread all across Germany and require policies tailored to the needs of their respective district. My hometown, the city of Bamberg, and its vicinity is an example of the opportunities of Industry 4.0. It's among the 3 most impacted districts by the current digital and sustainable transformation in Germany. The majority of jobs are reliant on the German automobile industry, with many people working for car part suppliers. The Bosch plant in Bamberg is the largest within the company in Germany and primarily builds fuel injectors for diesel motors and spark plugs. Obviously, demand for both products will shrink in an era of electric mobility. To adjust to this issue and save the jobs affected, the production of hydrogen fuel cells for the automobile and home market is developed in this plant. At the same time, the first fully automated production line for fuel injectors has been set up in Bamberg. Smart watches and smart glasses are used to create intuitive man-machine communications. Innovation is the driving force in maintaining jobs in Bamberg, which may otherwise be lost. We therefore need to promote innovation at all levels. Starting with education, students need to learn with technology, not only to gain skills that are in demand, but also to understand its risks and limitations, but also the chances of this new way of working. One possibility to achieve this is by building local learning hubs. In my hometown, a center for STEM learning is being built, which is partially funded by the German government. The center offers an environment for young students to independently acquire knowledge and skills using new learning concepts. Centers following this approach are ideal in creating new and innovative learning opportunities in rural areas, with the concept already proving successful in other cities. Moving to the national level, we are pursuing a holistic approach, including a multitude of reforms, focusing on higher education. We invest heavily in research and innovation, from grants for individual researchers to tax benefits for companies. The total expenditure for research and development is well above 3% of the GDP per year, which we aim to increase to 3.5% until 2025. As part of our strategy for sustainable research, we further increase investments into the research of key technologies like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, the Internet of Things, and robotics. Additionally, we have created an agency responsible for bringing together researchers and small to medium-sized enterprises. The goal is to speed up the adoption of new technologies. The goal is to speed up, we are also changing our higher education system to enable more researchers to stay in academia. This gives them more time to develop the innovative technologies of tomorrow. Lastly, we aim to facilitate innovation and the adoption of new technologies at the international level. We continue to deepen our relationships with our partners. We are thankful to count India as one of the world's fastest growing economies among our global partners. Programs like the Indian Make in India Mittelstand, the financial assistance through the German Development Bank, and the Indo-German Science and Technology Center presents example of fruitful international cooperation. These programs facilitate innovation in energy, skill development, and sustainable urban development. The partnership for green and sustainable development signed between India and Germany last year has now placed this cooperation within a broader framework and aligns our cooperation with the Sustainable Development Goals. Policy changes at the municipal and national level are reliant on partnership like this. Countries like India, which aims to become a global supplier for green energy, will shape the future of my hometown. Without this international supply, the production of hydrogen fuel cells in Bamberg will not become viable. This reliance shows that the topics of the years by Y20 Consultation and the goals of India's G20 presidency can only be achieved through international cooperation. The Swiss Summit provides an excellent opportunity to gain new insights and to identify successful policies for a sustainable future. Thus, I'm looking forward to listening to the following panel discussions and my fellow speakers. Thank you for your attention. Have a good day and take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to introduce the final speaker of this session, Dr. Hilda Farkas, Counselor for Science and Technology, Embassy of Hungary in New Delhi. Dr. Hilda Farkas is Engineer of Environmental Protection, finished at the University of Technical Sciences, Budapest, Hungary. And after that, she completed her MSc and PhD courses. And she has been an honorable professor at 2 universities in Hungary. She worked for the European Commission in Brussels. After her return to Hungary from Brussels, she has been appointed as the head of Waste Management Department in the Ministry of Environment. Among other things, she was responsible for the harmonization of the European Waste Framework legislation. From 2011, she was Executive Director at the Hungarian Association of Environmental Industries, and in 2017, she has been appointed as Counselor for Science and Technology at the Hungarian Embassy in New Delhi, India. With this brief introduction, I would request Dr. Hilda Farkas, Counselor for Science and Technology, Embassy of Hungary, to please address the audience.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Honorable guest, His Excellencies, Member of Parliament, and my friend, students. I am very happy to be here. To be honest, this is my 7th year here in India, so I learned a lot and really enjoyed this country. And especially I really enjoyed Bhubaneswar, which is my very favorite city. And I have visited KIIT many times. It was sometimes a conference reason or just a simple visit. So I have very, very good memories from Bhubaneswar and from the university as well. So especially, as you heard, I'm a teacher of the university in Hungary. So I got my doctorate from environmental science very long time ago, which means that when I started my work as a specialist, environmental specialist in my government, I was there at the very beginning, how the whole sustainability things began. And I think that it's maybe may give me a possibility to remind you where we started. What was the simple question at the very beginning and how it developed, how came more and more wider and more considerable. So at the very beginning, once upon a time, in the years of 1980s, we learned that there is a poor environment which needs protection because the risk is higher and higher and higher. So that was the very simple question. There was some environmental media, like air, like water, like soil. They need protection. This is our task. That was the first line, let's say, the bottom line. And since the waste was like one of the biggest source of pollution, waste management also included into the task. So that was the very, very beginning. We were speaking about environmental protection, and in the meantime, there was a period of international agreements in the last century. A lot of agreements, a lot of international agreements, but most of them belong to air pollution. Why? Because that time we learned that air pollution is an immediate global effect. So therefore, it was needed very much to agree how to pollute or not to pollute the air. And very interestingly, concerning water, international partnerships, it was only on the regional or bilateral level, no international level. Why? Because we thought that only the water problem, pollution is the regional problem or maximum bilateral between the states. But later on we learned that this is not true. Why? Because the effect of water pollution comes many years later. So that was also a very big experience. What was the next stage? Next stage was 1987, when this famous Portland report, the title is Our Common Future, has been published, and which contains a very important sentence. Let me read it up to be precise. Humanity has the ability to make developments sustainable, to ensure that it meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. It is a very important. I don't know, maybe you can feel it. I'm not sure that our generation was aligned with this. So I think that you and maybe your after your future generation will be limited, I mean, to fulfill their own needs. Hopefully not. This is the aim, but maybe. Let's think it over. So, why was this our common future important? Because this was the first document which clearly referred that the status of the environment is in very tight, close connection with the society, with the economy. That was a very big step. And then the next stage was in Rio in 1992, when the Second World Conference on Environment took place, and when Agenda 21 has been published and has been adopted. So, which Agenda 21 clearly make known for everyone that these three elements, I mean society, economy, and environment and resources are very common and in one system. So it was a very, very big, big step. And slowly we came to the UN 17th Sustainability Goals in 2015. So this is a very clear message that how the environmental climate-related goals should be achieved by 2030, which provides people with higher quality of life, and which provides better access to the human achievements, and in the meantime creates a long-lasting, comprehensive, and sustainable growth of economy. Very important to consider the economy. Later on, I come back to this. So this is the point. I do not like to analyze this seventh sustainability goals because I'm not clever enough for that. But from that point, I would like to send some small messages for you, for the future generation. First of all, you should consider that future can only be shaped globally. So we should see the whole system, the whole Earth, because one Earth and one future. Which means that individual actions are also very important, and I also would like to come back to that individual and global problem later. Very important that the young generation should acquire such kind of future literacy. What it means? It doesn't come very easily. It's very difficult to make. So you have to understand the micro and global processes. You have to establish where to go and how to go. And you also have to have exploratory thinking and excellent and fast adaptability. So all the life will be faster than was earlier. So all the skills should be have faster than earlier. So that was I meant on future literacy. And some more very, very, very important but small things. Prevention is always cheaper than restoring the damage. This is very important. Damage makes a loss of money from economy and from the society. So prevention, this is one very important thing. And the second is, if we speak about economy, what do you think? If we would like to fulfill these goals, what do you think? How the money comes from? Because it needs a lot of money. You know that. And how the money should be ensured, and when, how? Who will pay the money? Only the economy. Only the economic players will pay this money. And when they can do it, if the economy is healthy and if they are doing well, they are doing productive way. So this is very important. We cannot do anything on global way if there is no budget for that. And last but not least, I would like to mention the biggest challenge at the end. I really do not have the answer for that, but maybe you, young generation, will find the answer. I mentioned that all the sustainability problem we can see on global level, but individuals will perform the development. So there is a big contradict or opposite interest sometimes between the community and between the individuals. Speaking about individual person, individual company, individual state. So the biggest challenge, how to change or transform the human mind it will be the biggest challenge, I think, in the future. Make them understand that the individual should give up their own comfort, their own money, their own habits, or other interests what they have. So I think that this is the biggest challenge for the future, to change the mind here. And I wish you good luck for this. And I wish you a very successful meeting. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we conclude this session. We express our heartfelt gratitude to all the 4 speakers of this session for their insightful speeches. We also thank all the attendees of this session for listening patiently and intently. We request all of you to please join us for lunch now, and please rejoin us for the next session, which will start at 2:30 as per schedule. So all the student attendees are requested to attend the lunch in the sports complex opposite this auditorium. All the students attendees should go for lunch in the sports complex, and all other dignitaries and delegates should join us in the banquet hall next to this building.
Sahar Charles, Honorable Member of Parliament, Sierra Leone. Dr. Roger Moser, Director, Asia Connect Center and India Competence Center, Switzerland. Ms. Vanessa Adrián Espinosa Aguirre, Cultural and Education Affairs, Mexico. And we'll also be shortly joined by Dr. Nicholas Samuel Gürger, Honorable Member of Parliament, Switzerland and Global Ambassador of KIIT and KISS. For the first speaker, we have Dr. Nicholas Samuel Gürger. He is Honorable Member of Parliament, Switzerland and Global Ambassador of KIIT and KISS. Nick Gürger is an entrepreneur, social worker and politician known for his work in advocating for social justice and sustainable development. He has a background in mechanical engineering and social management and has worked on numerous aid projects for underprivileged children and young people in India and Switzerland. Gürger's core values include sustainability, appreciation, credibility, and solidarity, which are reflected in his business ventures that aim to integrate marginalized groups into the first labor market through social ethical management. He has served on various specialist commissions and groups at the cantonal and municipal level and has proposed policies on topics such as integration of unemployed individuals and apprenticeship opportunities. He is also an ambassador for Jacobs Foundation Switzerland and a global advisor for KIIT and KISS in India. We also have with us Professor Dr. Roger Moser. He is Director, Asia Connect Center and India Competence Center, Switzerland. Professor Dr. Roger Moser is a renowned academic and researcher in the field of international management. He serves as the Director of the Asia Connect Center and India Competence Center at FIM HSG in St. Gallen, Switzerland. With a focus on India, decision intelligence, and data science, Roger's research has garnered multiple awards and accolades. He is affiliated with the prestigious academic institutions and societies such as University of Liverpool and the International Conference on Operations and Supply Chain Management. Professor Dr. Roger Moser's expertise in strategic management, intelligence gathering and processing, and contextual intelligence has contributed significantly to the field of international management. I now request everybody to kindly be seated as we'll have a quite interactive session with Dr. Roger Moser and Dr. Nicholas Samuel Gürger.
So, who wants some chocolate? Okay.
Swiss chocolate. So now everybody is running out and bring all your friends inside.
Okay. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, dear children, dear students. For the next 20 minutes or so, Nick and I will run a hopefully interactive session where we try to bring across just a couple of key thoughts, insights, lessons learned from both our lives, where we actually have only met a couple of months ago, but we already feel like brothers. And this brotherhood is based on the joint, let's say, love and passion for India. And as you can see, we come from different directions in our faces. Nick, right, where's your story?
Okay, my dear Kissians and Kittians, we want to take you the next 20 minutes on a journey I will introduce you now our structure. First of all, you can win 3 Swiss chocolates. For that, you have to make a small homework. We allow you in our session that you can use your mobile phone, but not to play. We allow you that you make small sessions, 10, 20, 30 seconds, where you make a small clip, which you can share with us. Because in our structure is now that you will win only a Swiss chocolate if you bring us, after 20 minutes, a question. I don't ask you, you ask us. What is your limeline? What is your takeaway after this 20 minutes? The first 3, with the first questions, can win a Swiss chocolate. The second agenda point is, I don't introduce me more. I want to take you on a journey about youth. As you heard this morning, I'm born in India. I was abandoned. I got adopted to Switzerland. In Switzerland, the last 50 years, I struggled a lot. In youth, we will struggle. In youth, we need good mentors. As Professor Roger Moser said, we know each other since a few months, but we have a strong bondage. We have a strong friendship, because teach the teacher. We have like a small competition in between us, and we take you on this journey about vocational training, overcome hurdles in life. Then, after that, discussion with him about learning, about studies for the future, for our professions. We come to the end, and we expect from your side 3 questions. 3 persons can give us a question. Okay? I ask the technicians for the movie, please stage up.
Mein Name ist Nick Gucker, ich bin 51 Jahre alt, bin Unternehmensentwickler und Unternehmensberater, andererseits Nationalrat für die EVP. Ich bin 1974 in die Schweiz gekommen, mit knapp 4 und habe gute Erinnerungen an Indien. Ja, ich bin in Indien 1970 in einem Basler Mission Hospital in Karnataka geboren. Bin dann sehr früh in die Adoption gekommen, bin dann sehr gute Kindheit, sehr interessante, abenteuerliche, interessante. Bei uns ist die ganze Welt ein und aus.
Da war die Situation, wir hätten eigentlich gerne eigene Kinder gehabt. Ich kenne ihn bekommen und habe das nach verschiedenen ärztlichen Eingriffen akzeptiert. Ich aber in ein Spital zu einer Untersuchung müssen. Und dort haben wir gesehen, die Haufen Waisenkinder, die dort neben dem Spital führen. Und ich habe gefragt, könnte man hier auch das Kind adoptieren? Und die haben zuerst gesagt, ja, das haben wir noch nie gemacht, wir wollen da schon nicht, das ist ein bisschen Risiko. Aber dann, einen Tag später ist die Krankenschwester gekommen, jetzt ist gerade eins geboren und die Mutter will das nicht, das können wir haben. Und dann haben wir gesagt, ja, das nehmen wir. Und das war einfach unser Kind. Und wie geschenkt.
Anzeigen durch Himbeeren.
Ich hatte ein Vorrecht, in einem Land wie der Schweiz aufzuwachen. Ich habe das Vorrecht, auf der ganzen Welt herumzukommen und mit den Menschen ein Stück Lebensweg teilen und mich darauf einlassen, auf ihre Lebensgeschichten. Und darum, Adoption ist jetzt, wie ich mehrmals jetzt habe gesagt habe, für viele ganz ein grosses Thema, das ihnen manchmal die Luft wegnimmt. Und für mich ist es gerade der Türöffner. Kavita und Teresa ist ein Film, der sich genau mit Love und Compassion auseinandersetzt. Und ich bin absolut einer, der in diesem Mood lebt. Love, also Liebe, Leidenschaft und Mitgefühl, also Passion and Compassion. Ja, es hat so viele berührende Momente, wo ich denke, ja, genau so ist es. Und eben auch das Strugglen, das Stolpern, das Ringen um das Leben. Und in diesem Film kommt das vor, wo Mutter Teresa ihren Glauben am Verlieren ist. Woher soll es mit mir gehen? Was mache ich denn eigentlich? Oder? Und Kavita, die um das Leben schreit, oder? Wo fragt, wer bin ich? Woher gehöre ich? Was soll das eigentlich alles? Oder? Ich glaube, das sind alles so innere Schreien. Und bei mir ist das halt sehr tiefer. Innerlich, seit klein, habe ich die Fragestellungen mir immer wieder gestellt. Und nicht erst jetzt mit 50.
Ja, nichts anderes als können einfach riesig dankbar sein, dass ich so etwas darf. Mutter sein für das Geschöpf hier, das Geschöpfli hier. Und bis eben noch bis heute durch das unerhört. Dass wir ihn einfach so als Geschenke bekommen. Wir haben auch noch 2 eigene Mädchen bekommen. Und die, das tut mir auch ganz toll. Da sehe ich Sachen von mir drin. Aber nie so, wie ich das Gefühl habe, das ist mir das Geschenk gegeben worden.
Ich bin ein Gucker. Ich bin hier aufgewachsen, ich bin hier daheim. Und andererseits bin ich aber auch stolz auf meine indischen Wurzeln. Man muss sich mal vorstellen, ein adoptiertes Kind, ein verlassenes Kind, wird Schweizer Nationalrat. Das ist so wie eine Seifenoper, das ist ein Movie.
Thank you. I shared with you a small clip of my life. And life is long life learning. Long life learning means I'm now 53 years old. And what I learned, I'm still a student. In this morning, I spoke about my heart. In this morning, I spoke about to be a child, to be interested in life. So now we go in an interaction with Professor Roger Moser, one of the famous university leader professors in Switzerland, HSG. And we want to talk about learning, thinking, and working. So please, Roger, it's your stage. We go in a game.
Okay. Well, again, just saying the interaction between us and the compassion we have on India is, I've spent the last 15 years in and out of India. I came to India 2007 and stayed in Bangalore, for 5 years. My kids were born in Bangalore. Most of my friends are Indians. My businesses happen in India, and most of my research happens in India. So we basically always have a debate now, what is India all about, and how can we prepare India better for the future? What kind of contribution can India make, to one people, one earth, one future, in one way or the other? And Nick, look, when we have climate change, we have the automation of production processes, and now with ChatGPT, we have all realized what technology can already do to the automation of cognitive processes. What does it mean for you? How can we help the youth? How can we together change the way we maybe think, how we learn, and how we actually work? And coming back to your story, what do you say based on your unique, let's say, journey, what kind of new learning, what kind of new approaches you have experienced in Switzerland as you might have had otherwise in India?
Thanks for the question. I have a dream. Who know this quote? I have a dream. I hope everybody of you have a dream. And I ask you this morning, what is the purpose of life? And for me, it's very important. First of all, I was ready to learn. In this small clip before, you saw that I was in my first career a mechanic. I was a mechanic, and I spoke about long life learning. Why I was a mechanic? I studied mechanics because I was a little bit bored at the college.
You were lazy, you said.
Yeah, don't tell them that I was a lazy student. when we prepared our speech, I told him, honestly, I was bored. Then he asked me, as a professor, why you were bored? I said, oh. And that time I was really bored to learn languages. And I said, I want to work with my hands. I want to see my results. So, my father, Clever Fox, as you saw in the movie before, he was a mechanical engineer. He was the last principal at NTTF, Netto Technical Training Foundation in Kerala, in Talasheri. So he said, okay, my dear student, what are we going to do with you? You are bored, you are intelligent, how we can use your potential. And now I give it back to you.
Look, Nick, thanks. So what you have to understand, and given my own time in India, we often prefer just to work with our mind, you know, and just with our hands on the keyboard. But in Switzerland and in Germany, in many very successful economic nations, the value of combining working with hands and your mindset is where you actually excel. And again, given I'm also running some deep tech companies, I know what AI can do. What we need to prepare for is a completely new education system where both those features are actually combined and where companies and your parents actually appreciate that you can bring both skills to the table. So, Nick, do you see, when you look at this, how this will change the work? How will this change the future of work? You know? What do you see? What can we learn from Switzerland and bring it to India?
What I learned in my last 50 years, we have in life minimum 3 chances to change our career. You agree? Not everybody agrees here in Switzerland. I make you an example. Lifelong learning. I have a 20-year-old daughter named Anasuya. Sime Anasuya is our daughter, my first personal person which I know, which have the same blood with me, because I never saw my birth mother. I never saw my father. So what I saw in my life about learning. Learning is the first step. Never say, I am a poor one. Never, ever. Be proud of yourself. It's not important which background you bring. Everybody here in this audience is unique. So when Professor Roger asks me how you overcame your hurdles, first of all, I had to accept, like my daughter had to accept. I said, we can change in our life minimum 3 times our career. So, as an adopted child, I struggled in college. I struggled also in a company, in a very famous technical company for grinding machines, because they said, you are a foreigner, you have a brown skin. But I was proud enough to say, I can do it. And we started love, passion, and compassion. Love can do it. So I said, I will learn hard. I overcame, I made my study in mechanics, but the second step was, it was not my place to be. And in Switzerland, we have the chance to come in another career. So, my USP is more in psychology. I started then to study social work, as I mentioned this morning, youth work, Y20, and psychology. After that, I realized I'm also interested in all humans. And I started study social management and innovation. So you see in my life, I had 3 steps, or I changed 3 times. Now I'm coming back to Roger, because you asked me what is about learning. And I spoke about, first of all, is to be proud of yourself, to accept that you are unique, to accept you can be strong, and to accept in life we suffer. I suffered a lot. I'm not only a child, a sunny boy. I look sometimes like a sunny boy, but I have also my melancholic times. So, in life, we have sometimes more shadow than sunset. But be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Nick. I've been told we have to wrap up and go over to the questions more or less. Just one or two professorial advices, because I obviously work a lot with students from Australia to Switzerland to India. If you really want to excel today, the one really important skill is to ask the right questions. I'm not looking for answers anymore. In most answers, ChatGPT can give you. But to be able to ask the right questions to ChatGPT or anybody else, so to say, this is still a skill that requires completely different forms of thinking, of reflection, of being, really understanding what you're actually talking about. That doesn't mean that you don't need to know things, but just knowing things is not enough anymore. And that should reflect in your learning, because later on it will help in actually getting a job that is fulfilling and is actually somehow still fun, except for maybe some long working hours. Now, Nick, we have to wrap up, so we go back to the questions, and I'll let you choose the questions.
Right. So you don't want to talk about working? No. Okay, we go. Yeah, okay. So, I ask you, what are your takeaways? Because we said learning must making fun. So we want to know, what are your takeaways, what are your thoughts about your personal life? Which questions, what is your takeaway right now from the last 15 minutes? Because we have a Swiss watch with us. We don't want to have a delay. And you're Indians, you have the time. You understand what I mean? In India, we have time. But we have also a program this afternoon. In 5 minutes, we will finish this short session. So the next 5 minutes, till 3:05 p.m., belongs to you. And you can win something. What are your questions right now? I said there are 3 Swiss chocolates waiting, and who want to win a chocolate, raise up his hand. Okay, there is a young boy, stand up. He will come. Professor is coming to you.
Yeah, I like that.
What was your agenda after suffering from such bad childhood? What was your agenda after that?
You asked me what is my agenda now?
Yeah, no, in your childhood, after suffering like all these things in your childhood.
So you asked me when I suffered, how I overcame my hurdles?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a good question. As you know,
you get the chocolate.
There is a 4th dimension. I call this 4th dimension the spiritual dimension. I don't know what you are doing when you are suffering. I think most of you know the meditations or prayers. So I play guitar, and when I was sad and I felt alone or abandoned, I went back in my room, took the guitar and started to play guitar. So my advice to you, if you feel sad, and that's my question to you, when you feel sad, what helps you? What is your medicine? How you overcome your problems? Give him.
I just kind of starting to write comics, so I just try to complete it up or think of any new story. That makes me happy.
And if there is no colleague?
I'm just gonna sing songs that I remember, most likely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent.
So, that chocolate is for this young man?
I already have.
He has? You brought him? Okay. Next, because I said 3:05, we stop. No questions?
No,
so I can.
no.
There is somebody. Go there up, Roger. Go to somebody.
How do I get
Raise
there?
up.
Child. No. We have more. Which one?
I think we can take up the
Hello,
question
everyone.
and answers. Sorry to interrupt. I think we can take up the question and answers after all these speeches. So if that's all right.
So then how they bring you this question?
Just after the session gets over, I think you can bring your questions and...
Okay, we are 2 minutes too early and we will change. Okay, she needs the time, as I told. 2 minutes, okay, then you start now and you introduce. She changed now.
We continue with the other speeches.
Yes, and then in the end.
Then in the end, we take up the question and answers.
Sorry, we had a misunderstanding. So we change now to my Ukrainian colleague, and you can take your questions till the end, and in the end you can win again. Okay, I got it.
Thank you so much. So it's my pleasure to also welcome on stage Mr. Virendra Sharma, Honorable Member of Parliament, United Kingdom. And thank you, sir. So now we would like to invite Ms. Yulia Klimenko, Honorable Member of Parliament, Ukraine. Ms. Yulia Klimenko is a Ukrainian politician, member of Verkhovna Rada and co-chair of Parliamentary Maritime Group. She has extensive experience in managing large-scale companies and institutions in the private and public sectors, including as Deputy Minister and CEO of a leading property development and management company. Ms. Yulia is a hands-on leader who has authored and co-authored over 215 draft bills in economic and national security sectors, established the Deregulation Office, and signed multiple SME support programs. She is a successful negotiator and has implemented structural changes in a turbulent political environment. Ms. Yulia is a married mother of 6 and a strong ally of civil society organizations, key business associations, government representatives, and members of parliament. I invite Ms. Yulia to please address the gathering. Yeah.
Hello, it is nice to see you again, I'm happy to be here. Everybody asking me if I'm happy in India, if I'm first time in India, but I'm actually, I've been many times in India, and I'm happy to be here again. This is my first time in Odisha, but I hope not the last one. I'm coming, despite I'm maybe looking good with a blue suit and smiling, I'm coming from the country, Ukraine, who has a full-scale war now, with a lot of casualties, dead people, dead civilians, dead and raped kids, because our neighboring country, Russia, decided 1 year ago to invade Ukraine and make all these disasters, casualties and events. That's why I would like to stress and to say that the normal relations, peaceful relations with your neighbors, as well as good intentions, is a base of normal life for everybody. You cannot behave yourself as a tyrant invading other countries because you just want. It should be peace, rule, and order in the world. Otherwise, we cannot live all together, because unfortunately, this is the basic. As you are living in your country, in your apartment, you have to have peace, order, and rule. And my country is actually a very ancient country. So it was founded 16 centuries ago. We still have some churches and buildings from 12th century, from 11th century, and many cultures, including Indian diaspora. We have a rather big Indian diaspora in Ukraine, and we are friends. We're living all peacefully, and even now during the war, many Indians staying in Ukraine and helping Ukrainians. So for that we are very grateful for you. But you are young, you have a bright future, you have a great country, you have the biggest country in the world with great perspectives, and the country needs you very much. need you as a knowledgeable, as educated people who can bring change in your country as well as bring change to the whole world. Because you will have a very difficult, probably more difficult situation than we do. You will face a lot of challenges like climate change, like global disturbances. You will have to find your ways how to deal with all these things, including artificial intelligence, for example, and many other challenges. And this is your life, and you will have to build this future. Our role as a previous generation is to build, recover peace and order in the world. And your challenge will be to deal with other things that I just mentioned. So for that, you need a very, very good education. For that, you will need a very curious and lifelong learning skills. So you have to learn and study every day. If you will get education here or in other university, it doesn't mean that this is the final stage in your life. No, it's just a start. You have to learn every day. That's what I'm saying to my 6 kids. You have to learn every day. You have to get from other cultures, from other institutions, educational systems, the best, and bring it to your country to make it better. And also you will be the leaders of your country. And in some period of time, like 10 years, you will take the country in your hands, and you will need to make it better, more prosperous, and with a global impact and global leadership. That's why I'm asking you to be a good students, learn a lot, learn hard. This is the only way how you can make your foundation for yourself and your country, as well as how to develop critical thinking. And critical thinking, given you, you will find your way, and you will look at the things clearly, not through manipulations, not through propaganda, disinformation, many other things which is very popular in our modern world. Just to develop your critical thinking, to look at the things as they are. Blue is blue, white is white, black is black. So that's what we are missing now, unfortunately, in the world. Everything mixed up. So, be best students for the best country, and I wish you prosperity, and I wish you peace and global leadership for you and for your country. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, ma'am. I would now like to invite Mr. Virendra Sharma, Honourable Member of Parliament, United Kingdom. Mr. Virendra Sharma is a highly respected Member of Parliament in the UK, having been elected in the Ealing South Hall by election in 2007. Born in India, Mr. Virendra has dedicated his life to public service, guided by his strong belief in social justice and fairness. He served as a councillor in Ealing for 25 years and was a list candidate for the GLA in 2004. He is a member of several all-party parliamentary groups, including the Indo-British, Nepal, Honor-Based Abuse and Global Tuberculosis, APPGs, and continues to be a long-serving member of the International Development Select Committee. With his work focused on human rights and anti-discrimination, he is a highly respected representative of British interests in Europe. He has been a vocal advocate for the rights of widows, particularly those from South Asian communities who often face discrimination, social exclusion, and economic hardship. He has worked tirelessly to raise awareness of the challenges faced by widows and to push for policies and initiatives to support them. Sir, please.
She told me about me more than I knew it. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. It's a pleasure to come and meet you again. I'm sure that some of you have been here in the morning where I shared my brief journey into British politics from a village in Punjab, going to England, from England then working as a bus conductor. I'm sure some of Europeans know the role of the bus conductor and because they watch carry-on buses programs, funny ones, and then they know the role of the bus conductor. So very briefly that I was born and brought up in a small village in Punjab. And I done my primary education in the village, went to the nearest town to do my high schooling, then go to the next big town to do my graduation before moving to Britain. I was an economic migrant because I went to Britain to earn more money, or I always use the term, to make more money. Because I could not make much here, so I thought, move to England, there will be more opportunities to develop your own career, so we can make more money. And I got married, started working as a bus conductor in 1968. So at the age of 21, I moved to London, so 68. Now you can count how old I am, right? So, because some people might be thinking. So I decided at that time, when I moved there, looking at it, that everybody is running after how quickly we can make more money for yourself. Everybody. I wanted to do something different. I decided to fight against the system in Britain. I wanted to fight against discrimination, inequalities. I wanted to fight against that. Some of you, those who are married, have the experience, must have the experience sharing that kind of view with your partner. If the partner is not of the same view, because partner was run a business, make more money, have a big house, big car, that's it. That's the end of life. Nothing more than that. That is what, for me, for my family, that is everybody's wish. I don't want to be me. I want to be us. That's where I decided to go into the public service. Without any aim, those politicians will know it, without any planning, no guarantee that I will be a member of parliament. That was never came into any Indian's mind in 1960s, that he or she will ever become a local municipal commissioner rather than forgetting about the MP. That was the environment, political, social, and economic environment of those days. I decided to go against that system, fight it. I was fortunate enough, again I look at the politicians, that opportunities start coming, recognition start coming, that, oh, there's a young boy. That time I was a young boy. At the age of 23, when I got elected, 2 years after arriving in Britain as the national organizer of the Transport General Workers Union at that time. So then the recognition started coming, and I was fortunate, then political doors were opened. Local councillor, becoming a mayor, then working for the leader of the Labour Party, then going now as a member of parliament. I am the longest serving Indian origin member of parliament in Britain. Some friends, if you go on my Google, you will see it. Some friends has celebrated my 50 years political journey in British politics. So it's a long-standing service. to the young people. If you have made up your mind to fight against the young people, against the system, you can succeed. But don't go into politics with the hope that you will be a member of parliament or a prime minister. Go with the hope that you want to bring a change. Once you are there, if, and I use the term here, if you are lucky enough, the doors will open. Remember, in Britain, there are 100,000 multi-millionaires. There's more than 10,000 billionaires. But in Britain, I don't know in Switzerland and other places, but in Britain, there's only 650 MPs, and I'm one of them. So don't think that only the money takes you there into the position. Finally, don't get into politics with a view that you got a power. Don't go into politics, especially when you are elected politician. People will kick you out. Go into the politics if you want to serve. And you have seen a member of parliament had a vision, and he created that. And I again use the term which I used yesterday and this morning, that he has created an empire, not for himself. That's the difference. We have read in the history, there's hundreds of empires built, but destroyed, because they were for themselves. He created this empire for you and for the society. That is called the service. That is what I hope that every young person going through this university and others, those who can convey the message to the rest of the society, that we are living in a global community. We are no longer living in one little hut or in a little village. In my lifetime, I have seen the changes in the last 25 years, which we never had before. Never had mobile phones, never had electricity in the village, no phones in the village. And if you want to go to Delhi from my village, you start getting ready for 2 months before, planning it. Now you don't plan. You just decide that I'm going to Delhi. Tomorrow you go to the airport and you fly. You got the mobile phones to convey the message. You got these texts nowadays, which is alien for me, that you can convey the messages wherever you want. So you are in an era which is already in a change. And I hope that your knowledge of today, the learnings from the past, understanding that today, you, the young generation, who will be the leaders of the future, the scientists of the future, will take that legacy, which I and many of my colleagues sitting here will feel proud that we were there at KIIT University's function where these young children were listening to us, and they have made us proud. God bless you. Have a wonderful time. Good luck in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to invite Honorable Sir Charles, Honorable Member of Parliament, Sierra Leone, from the Coalition for the Change Party. Honorable Sir Charles is a Sierra Leonean politician and human rights activist born in Koidu, Kono district in 1988. He had a humble beginning growing up during the brutal 10 years of civil war in Sierra Leone. His family sought refuge in Guinea, where he completed his primary education before returning to Sierra Leone. Honorable Sir Charles was overwhelmingly voted in to represent the people of Fiamma, Kamara, Venice chiefdoms in the Sierra Leone House of Parliament, where he serves on several committees, including the Parliamentary Committee of Gender and Children's Affairs and the Committee on Youth Affairs. His contributions to Parliament have earned him a place in the history book of the current 5th Parliament of the Republic of Sierra Leone, as one of the most outstanding members who is very vocal and instrumental in the passage of legislations that seek to promote and protect the interests of the less privileged and vulnerable people in the society. I now invite Mr. Sahar Charles to please address the gathering.
Thank you very much, KIIT University, KIITians and KIITians. Thank you so much to the government of the Republic of India, under the leadership of the G20, for giving the opportunity to this great institution to host this all-important inaugural session of the Y20 Consultation 2023. As I've started from our engagement yesterday, it is clear that as young people, the future is in your hands. There is no way we can make this world a better place without the young people. Your roles and responsibilities in carving the future of the world can never be overemphasized. It's as a result of that, I'll take you to the quote from Swami Viskananda, who says, and I quote, "Believe in yourself and the world will be at your feet." That is simple. You don't have to look at yourself irrespective of the challenges that you face and you give up. No way. You've heard the story of Samuel being an abandoned child some 50 or so years ago. You've heard the story of the founder of this institution, Dr. Samantha, how he started his great vision that has become a reality today. All of these people, their beginnings were not great. Their beginnings were almost nothing to write home about. But they were having one thing that kept them alive to this stage. And if you heard from the presentation of former Congressman Pettinga, he made it clear there was an illustration about 4 candles. That 3 of the candles burned out. And the one that was alive was what? The candle of hope. I say to you as young people, that candle must not be extinguished in your life, irrespective of the challenges you face. It doesn't matter where you're coming from. It doesn't matter your background. Yes, there is nothing at home. Your parents could not meet your basic necessity. All of these are challenges. But despite it all, that single candle of hope should not be extinguished. You should be able to keep it alive. And with that, there is no mountain you cannot climb. There is no wall of opportunities you cannot break. As you heard from my story, I'm coming from the Republic of Sierra Leone. I hope quite a good number of you might not know, but those who are following international trend must know that Sierra Leone, we went through over 10-year brutal civil war. And my hometown, Kano District, was hardly hit by the war due to the fact that it was a cosmopolitan city wherein is a mining zone where they mine diamonds, golds, and all its minerals. So like when the incursion occurred, that was the target. It was destroyed from the report of the UN in 2001. The report came out that said, Corner District was devastated up to 99%. Everything, almost everything was gone. Some of us flee away to neighboring countries as refugees. We didn't give up. The hope was there. And that hope is what is keeping some of us alive today, to these positions where we are today. I am here to talk to the young people, for you to know that the future is in your hands. Great leaders like Mahatma Gandhi, they all knew the importance of young people, and that is why they were guiding the youth in the right path. Life is not about influence, it's not about wealth. It's about how sincere you are. You just heard from the last speaker, Congressman, Honorable Sharma, who is an origin of India. You've heard him. That going to public life like ours is not about wealth. It's not about fame. It's about service. I got elected into the 5th Parliament of the Second Republic of Sierra Leone on March 7, 2018. Up to date, as I'm serving, I only have one motivation. And that motivation was, and still remain, to serve humanity, to serve my people. As young people, don't sit back and underestimate your potential. Don't underestimate your capability. There are a lot you can offer to your society. Don't look at things and say, no, I'm too young. I don't have the resources, I can do it. You can do it. Just step up. You just need to take that first step. Every other thing will become easier. There are a lot of things happening in your various community where you are. What are you doing about those things? How positively are you influencing things in your community? So the theme of this year's G20 that says one heart, one family, and one future, it resonates with the theme of this particular consultative meeting that says the power of youth and their role in present-day society. Let's see how we can harness what we have as young people. Let's take our right place in society. Those of you here that are students of this great institution, grasp this opportunity, make the best use of it in shaping yourself to address the challenges of your community. As far as I'm concerned, education is useless if you cannot utilize the knowledge gain or your education gain to positively impact the society where you live. So it's not about being educated. It's about when you've gained the education, how best you transform the knowledge you've got for you to influence positive impact in your society, address the challenges of your time. That is the value of education. You see, we are getting there. The world indeed, technology advancement has made the world to be now a global place. I was talking to a few journalists some hours ago that when they say one world, I mean one heart, one family. Yes, indeed, we are one. We all have to work towards it and making sure that we secure a brighter future for all of us as a world. You remember some 3 to 4 years ago when COVID broke out? What happened? The entire world felt it. It means there is no more isolation. You cannot sit here in Delhi or Bhubaneswar and think everything is okay with you. No, we depend on each other as a world. We have to coordinate, we have to collaborate in addressing the common problems that face the world. I stand in solidarity with the people, the suffering masses everywhere across the world, especially the people of Ukraine. It's political. I express my personal view as a humanitarian that I am in empathy with the people of Ukraine and the suffering masses everywhere across the world. As I said, this is not political, but my individual view as a humanitarian who believe in humanity. Together, we must all come together and make this world a better place. On that note, because of time, we'll be having an engagement with the governor of Onitsha and other stakeholders. I beg your pardon that we continue with some of your, I'll be available tomorrow to answer some of your queries and concerns as we go along in the course of this program. On that note, I want to thank you very much to you, the beautiful people of India. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now welcome Mr. Ruben Gauci. Mr. Ruben Gauci, His Excellency Mr. Ruben Gauci is High Commissioner of Malta to India at High Commission of Malta in New Delhi, India. Mr. Gauci joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2007 following a national examination to enter the diplomatic service. He is the current High Commissioner of the Republic of Malta to India as from September 2020, resident in New Delhi. Mr. Gauci presented credentials to the President of India, His Excellency Ram Nath Kovind, on 14th October 2020. He is also accredited as Malta's High Commissioner to the Maldives, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh, and Malta's Ambassador to Nepal. I welcome His Excellency Mr. Ruben Gauci.
Thank you very much for listening to me again. This is my second contribution today. First of all, may I say that I'm really impressed by your behavior during these sessions. I really wish that my country children, the Maltese children, would behave as good as you are behaving in view of this, in view of our speeches. I wanted to begin my speech by mentioning how impressed I was by Dr. Gugar's presentation and about his adoption. It's interesting to note that in the 2.5 years that I've been here in India, I've seen a lot of Maltese parents. I try to meet each and every one of them in my office, adopting Indian children. So when I was looking at the video which Dr. Gugar showed us, I couldn't but remember all those families whom I met in my office and all those children. When I saw Dr. Gugar in the video, I remembered all those children. He looked perfectly the same as all those children which I've seen in the last 2.5 years in my office, where Maltese parents were adopting them. And I am looking forward to, for another 20 years or so, to see them as grown-ups and successfully being part of the Maltese society and successfully making their contributions to Maltese society. I was also honored to be on the same panel with the esteemed Ukrainian member of parliament. Now I have to share a personal story with you. I come from a European Union country, Malta, the smallest European Union country. My wife of 19 years is Russian. And we have a daughter. She's 15 years. And it is not easy for me to talk to her and tell her about what's going on in relation to the war in Ukraine. It's very difficult. I definitely agree with Prime Minister Narendra Modi's very wise words when he said, "This is not the time for war." But we have also to think that to have peace, we have to have just peace. We have to have peace with justice. Before coming to India 2.5 years ago, I spent 5 years in Jerusalem and Ramallah. And there I've learned how difficult it is to achieve peace, especially if we're talking about just peace, peace with justice. You cannot expect anyone not to defend himself. So, on one hand, it's important to have peace and not to have war. But on the other hand, you cannot expect anyone not to defend himself or herself. And that is the issue with the Ukrainian people. To go to the title, One Earth, One Family, One Future. In order to stay as a family, in order to have one Earth, one future, we have to respect also each other's borders. And this takes us back to the issue of what's happening in Ukraine right now, where borders are not being respected. And if borders are not being respected, you cannot expect people to act as one family in one Earth with one future of common good. So this is very, very important as well. I remember back in 2000, 1999-2000, I was a student, like your good selves, and the government sent me to study in Russia at the time. And I remember the change of power between President Yeltsin at the time and the current President Putin. And I remember at the time it was New Year, and I was one of the few who had a television in my students' room. And when I arrived, I went to buy something, and I arrived and I find my room full of people. And they were watching President Yeltsin delivering his resignation speech and saying that he was going to give power to President Putin. Now, this was 23 years ago. We never imagined that in 23 years we would be experiencing what we are experiencing now. And I believe that all those people who filled my room, Russians of course, were not expecting the same thing either. So, to end about the future which I wish for my daughter, with whom, as I said, I have a difficulty in explaining the horrors of what's taking place. A future for all of us, where we can share our resources well, like India did during COVID times, when vaccines were given to neighbor countries. Even though here in India, you had a large amount of cases. To go back to the adoption subject, Dr. Gugar very nicely put it up. To go back to that, during the second wave of April-May 2021, we had a Maltese father, adoptive father, who arrived here to take his adopted child, caught COVID, and unfortunately died here. So his wife and their Indian adopted child went to Malta alone. That is a story which really, really struck me. I was helping them, so I experienced it firsthand. So obviously when I saw the story of Dr. Gugar, I couldn't not remember them. and remember their story out of many. A story where a couple arrived and a mother and daughter left with the husband cremated in their luggage. The future sometimes can be difficult. It sometimes can be promising. It should be promising. We should try to make it promising. So my conclusion, and thank you very much once more for listening to me for a second time today. I thank a lot the KIIT University for the very generous time which it gave me. As I said, unlike the parliamentarians, I am not elected to speak, I am appointed to speak. So I speak in the name of my country, in the name of what my people in Malta decide. And that's finally democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And for the final speaker of the session, I call upon Ms. Vanessa Adrián Espinosa Aguirre, Cultural and Education Affairs from Mexico. Ms. Vanessa Espinosa has a BA in International Relations by the National Autonomous University of Mexico and Master's Studies on Asia and Africa by El Colegio de Mexico. She has been a member of the Mexican Foreign Service since 2006 and has served in the diplomatic missions of Mexico in Indonesia, Australia, Iran, and Egypt. She is currently the head of the Cultural Department at the Embassy of Mexico in India. I kindly invite Ms. Vanessa to address the gathering.
Namaskar. I'm very happy to be here today with all of you and to have shared the dais with all those distinguished guests. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Samantha for always taking into consideration Mexico to participate in the events that he organizes in these fantastic education institutions. I want to convey my bosses, the Ambassador of Mexico, Mr. Federico Salas, gratitude to Dr. Samantha. Well, personally, I want to thank him for the unbeatable kindness that we have been enjoying in the last couple of days. There is no better expression to define the status of the world in the 21st century than Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. Today, more than ever, we are aware of the level of interconnectedness and interdependence that the world has in different aspects. This interdependence, facilitated by global communication, has been accelerated by technological innovations that bring both opportunities and challenges. We live in an era in which economic, environmental, social, technological, and cultural changes can create new realities overnight. Thus, it is truly impossible to define and predict the future. Today, I would like to touch on the following points: future of work, disruptive technologies, sustainability, and education in an interconnected world. The future of work is already the present. Technology is transforming the labor market, and the COVID-19 crisis accelerated this beyond anything we could have imagined. In the last several years, social media, apps, e-commerce have provided businesses with new opportunities, and business models have shifted to include those based on a shared economy. Likewise, technology is a great enabler of sustainability, as it allows for efficiency gains and new, cleaner ways of doing things. The Internet of Things, automation, artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and distributed workforces all have the potential to radically increase efficiency, change work practices, and enable new business models across all sectors. The paradigm has shifted so that the environment is viewed as a larger ecological system of which humans are merely a part. Humans are expected to coexist with nature, and in this point, India has a fantastic ancient heritage that must be shared and known to the rest of the world, the relation of Indians to nature. And a current aspiration is to ensure the well-being not only of humans, but also of the planet. The increasing use of artificial intelligence and robotics, while leading to productivity gains to sustain growth in a rapidly aging world, raise essential questions about the precarity of jobs, the support available if we are unable to work or retire, the skills we need for current and future jobs, the quality of those jobs, and particularly what you have to say in shaping these outcomes. The effects of this technological progress must coincide with the development of new activities for humans. As well, they require a public policy response, an active strategy developing policies, institutions, and technological tools to enhance the resilience of individuals and firms in the face of these changes, as well as promote greater growth of good jobs. This strategy should comprise an appropriate regulatory framework for the creation and strengthening of a series of institutions, policies, and technological solutions designed for this purpose. Being technology the backbone of businesses' progress and innovation, it can also be the enabling agent for their sustainability. As our world continues to change with globalization, technological innovation, and issues like climate change and growing inequality placing pressures on local communities, it is more important than ever that business assume a role in investing in resilient communities, thus creating short and long-term benefits for communities and business alike. In the education sector, some changes are already emerging. Schools have become a part of a larger ecosystem in which they operate, collaborate with each other, forming networks or partnerships with other schools. Some schools collaborate more widely with other organizations in their communities, such as scientific institutions, social service organizations, technology companies, and businesses, where teachers and students can get used to the skills and competencies that employers and other community members deem critical. As well, besides imparting knowledge, educational institutions have to inculcate a mindset adaptable to the future of work. The future is about pairing the disruptive technologies with the cognitive, social, and emotional capabilities of humans. Curricula has to be dynamic rather than static. Education institutions must allow for non-linear learning paths rather than expect all students to follow linear progressions along a single standardized path. As I said at the beginning, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is the definition of our current world, of the future that is the present, and the cause, but also the solution to our shared challenges. Intergovernmental groups like G20 can and must make quality contributions to overcome the disparities created by fast-paced technology development. In this regard, the introduction of engagement groups into the G20, like Youth20, Y20, provides additional opportunities of dialogue and discussion enriched with fresh and energetic views. Y20 is aimed at enabling you, young people, to express your visions and ideas in an inclusive discussion platform. its outcomes reflect your aspirations and what you want from the world. I encourage you to maintain the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam maxim at the center of your exchanges, not as an utopian ideal, but as an enabler of a common consciousness to foster a respectful, inclusive, respectful world. Dhanyavad, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. We now open the floor for any questions, and if you have. Can we get a mic there, please? We'll just take a few questions, and after that, I request our esteemed dignitaries to please be on the stage, as we will have the certificate distribution ceremony for all the winners of various competitions. Can you raise your hand? Yeah, thank you.
My question is, as most of the speakers, they have stood in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, but India has categorically, in the United Nations General Assembly, has abstained from the voting against Russia. So what is the opinion of the speakers on this? And the second question is that, as the theme of this convention is One Earth, One Family and One Future, so as what is the role of the youth in building the track 2 and track 3 diplomacy in a time where the world is divided into first world and third world, and there are discrimination in terms of races, sex, gender, etc. So what is the youth will do, and what youth can do to build track 2, track 3 diplomacy?
Right. Thank you very much for the questions. Apologize if I didn't understand some of them, then I will ask you again. So first you mentioned the Ukraine issue, right? The Ukraine issue. Just for your information, my country is one of the 6 remaining, now it became 4, remaining neutral countries within the European Union. From our end, we do not take, from our end as Malta, we do not take part in any war efforts. But that doesn't stop us from stating what we believe is right. And what we believe is right at this moment in time is that the borders of Ukraine are respected, that the violence stops, and that the Ukrainian people get the peace, the just peace, as I mentioned in my speech, which they deserve. Now, as I told you, from a personal point of view, my wife is Russian, so obviously this particular episode in world history hits me particularly hard, because on a personal level, I have family in Russia. My daughter is half Russian. So you can try to be a little bit in my shoes when I obviously have to, and I believe that what is happening in Ukraine is wrong, in the sense that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is very wrong. It's not respecting the borders. I come from an extremely small country, and I know what it means to be, I wouldn't like to use the word weak, but to find it difficult to stand up to larger neighbors. I mean, Malta is one of the smallest countries in the world. If you compare Ukraine to Russia, Ukraine is much smaller. So from that angle, I have to, as a Maltese, I really sympathize with the Ukrainian people and in their defense of their homeland when even Malta defended itself in the past against attacks from larger neighbors. So from that angle, from the angle of being a Maltese person, I really feel the importance of preserving borders, of preserving just peace, of preserving the right to self-determination. Imagine my country is just 500,000 people. Imagine if a larger country decides to take over. And obviously we will not have enough material to defend ourselves if larger countries were to decide to take us. So from that angle, now you asked me about the EU. Can you repeat you asked about the EU, right? Sorry, yeah.
No, another question. The first question
You asked about the EU, if I understood well.
No. The first question was on the, like, India has categorically abstained from the voting against Russia in the United Nations General Assembly. And the second question was on the youth. Like, what
Youth.
Okay. What youth can do to build track 2, track 3 diplomacy, where there is a lot of differences in terms of caste, gender, race, and first world and third world. So there are a lot of differentiations, and in those differentiations, what the youth can do in track 2 and track 3 diplomacy.
Okay, so youth is for me, and obviously, because I've taken all the time. I will speak about my idea of youth, and then my colleague will do the same if you don't mind. Or you want to start first?
Yeah, you
Please
start.
do.
Well, what I understood of your question is that with all the differences that still exist in the world, what is the role of youth to overcome those differences? As I try to convey in my presentation, your position is not easier than what mine was some years ago. You have different tools. Technology can deepen those differences that do exist and have been existing for the history of humanity, but at the same time, technology can help humans to reduce those differences. And something that is undeniable is that you, the young people that is here, you grew up knowing how to use technology for the best and for the bad. What I try to also to convey with this idea of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, it is an ancient Sanskrit phrase that transmit a lot of moral and ethical content. So the role of youth in overcoming the differences has to be guided. It cannot be only because there is technology, it cannot be only because there is money or because there is work that you can succeed. You have to have a moral guide that can enable to contribute to a future that is for everybody. I don't know if I more or less answer your question. For me, it is important, you know, to have those guides to follow. Thank you.
Well, from my angle, as it was said in the speeches, youth, but when you talk about future, we have to think about youth. I don't know the situation in Mexico, but the situation in Europe, in my country, is that youth are becoming scarce and scarce. Whilst here in India, it's the country of youth. If I'm not mistaken, yes, the median age, the age, the majority here in India is 29 years, which makes India the country of the future not just in India, but of the future everywhere in the world. In my country, we are hosting a number of Indian workers in all fields and students in all fields, not just simply, jobs that people don't want to do, everything. We have IT experts. We are also trying to attract investment from India in IT and the semiconductors, which are the resource of the future. So youth and diplomacy. Finally, what is diplomacy? I mean, diplomacy is relation between states, and it starts by relation between people. So you can use diplomacy in anything, from speaking to your neighbor to having countries speak to each other. And the more youth are present in all this and are interested mainly in this, it starts with having a relation with your friend, with your maybe not foe or whatever, and it continues all the way up to the highest level of world relations, of country-to-country relations. So what can the youth do? Well, I would say they should be more, sometimes it could be, I remember I used to be a teacher a long time ago, and I used to teach social studies. And whenever I used to mention the word politics in class, children, the students would tell me, oh no, we're not interested in politics. That's sort of, I told them, but what is politics? And they would tell me, fighting between, but have you seen, for instance, if you've seen our German colleagues, they're from two different parties. You think they're fighting, but in actuality, they're also friends. So what is politics? No, it's not simply fighting on an idea. Politics is the running of the place. There is politics in everything. Politics in running this university. Politics in running a classroom. And once more, it keeps going up to the relations between states. So when we think about what youth can do to diplomacy, and diplomacy and politics are quite related. Diplomacy is maybe the more civil way of doing politics, hopefully. But, well, anyway. So what you should do is be more interested in how things are managed. Even if you're doing your own job. Even if you're interested in science, and you can say, I'm not interested in politics, but even in the running of things, even within an experiment, for instance, a scientific experiment, there is also politics, and there also could be diplomacy. And from there, you could go all the way up to the highest levels of diplomacy, the highest levels of politics. For instance, our President of the Republic of Malta is a medical doctor. So his first interest was medicine. But apart from that, he was interested in foreign affairs. He was my minister, foreign minister, some years ago, and now he made it all the way up to the presidency. So his interest in politics and diplomacy, even when he was a practicing doctor and when he was learning to become a doctor and when he was, learning science at school, he managed to amalgamate those two to reach all the way up to the presidency of the country. But even if you don't reach that high, I mean, still, you can be very effective in a lot of things that you do.
I would like to add on what the ambassador said. We don't have the same demographic situation as Europe, but we don't have the same as India. We are now we are in the middle. Yeah. For me, youth is not the future. It is already the present. Because what your views are today. For example, this worry about these differences between countries, people, it is a valid worry that you have now as a student, and of course it will reflect in your future, but it is growing now. I would say that participating in these kind of events, these consultations, to be part of something that is going higher, like the G20, the Y20 group will have a final communique that will reflect the result of all these discussions, the result of all the views that you have, of all the worries that you have, of all the proposals that you have, will be reflected there. And that will go to the leaders, the summit in September. So I think this kind of participation is very important to influence what is coming ahead from now that you are preparing yourself for that. So.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We now conclude this session, and we would like to distribute the certificates to all the winners of various competitions. So we'll be announcing the names. We request all the winners to please come up on the stage very quickly, receive their certificates, and I request our esteemed dignitaries to please present them to them.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now I'm going to announce the name of the college and name of the students. So I request the selected students may come to the front for collection of the certificates. Model Degree College, Nuapada, Sania Kumar Barik, Hitesh Raj, Khileshwar Sen, Mohit Kumar Meher, Subrat Kumar Meher. If any student out of these 5 students are present there, so please come to the front for collection of certificate. Next, Udayanath Autonomous College of Science and Technology, Shri Himanshu Pani, Ms. Achintya Nayak, Shri Anshul Behera, Ms. Tanaya Mohanty. No students. Yeah. Next, Model Degree College, Devgarh, Priyanka Patra, Mausumi Nayak, Mami Swai, Ankita Tiwari, Vishwajit Patra, Alika Prasad Patra. Next, Model Degree College, Malkangiri, Snehalata Mohanty, Rashmi Mandakimi, Suman Mandal, Soumyaranjan Sahu, Vishwaranjan Dhala, Aaron P. Raj. Any students from this college? Next, Tulsi Women College, Kendrapada, Suhani Raut, Gorachan Raut, Sunita Raut, Deepika Singh, Svetalisha Das, Varsharani Das. Please come.
So if we have any representatives also from the college names we are announcing, we would request them to please come up front and take the certificates.
If any representative from this college can come and take the certificates. Yeah. Next, Women Degree College, Parla Khemandi, Varsharani Paricha, Subhadarshini Das, Deepti Jaina, Rachna Paik, Joshna Rani, Varsharani Paricha. Please come on the stage. Next, Lakshmi Narayan College, KM Road, Jharsuguda, Lakshmikant Behera, Rudrakumar Raut, Ahalya Patra, Vivekanand, Janice Paset.
I think we also have the principal of
any
Model
representative.
Noapada College.
Yeah.
So we request if he can send any of the representatives or can come up on the stage to collect the certificates. Yes. So, please come.
Next, Gopavandhu Science College, Athagad, Cuttack. Niharika Pradhan, Sabita Swai, Saurav Nanda, Subhasandhya Pradhan, Soumendra Priyadarshini Pradhan, Sumalika Barik, Monalisa Gantia, Sipa Raut, Sangeeta Rana, Pinky Behra, Monalisha Pradhan, Soumeshri Satpathy, Subhadra Naik. From Gopavandhu Science College, Athagad, Cuttack. Any students from this college or any representative or principal? Okay. Model Degree College, Nayagarh, Pragya Priyadarshini, Sachitananda Das, Sangamitra Mishra, Mausami Priyadarshini, Rajendra Swai, Priyanka Priyadarshini. Next, Women's College, Harsugada, Abhilipsa Rajguru, Muskan Thapa, Muskan Kumari, Sana Khan, Faizad Firdausi, Naveen Kumar Ratan. Women's College, Jharsuguda. Brajanagar College, Prerna Gupta, Rohan Kumar Rai. From Brajanagar College, Prerna Gupta, Rohan Kumar Rai. Utkalmani Gopavandhu Smriti Mahavidyalaya, Sakhi Gopal. Harishankar Sahu, Pratibha Nandini Swai, Subhadarshini Vishwal, Prabhu Prasad Misra, Manoj Kumar Shahu. From Utkalmani Gopavandhu Smriti Mahavidyalaya. Okay, from NK Degree Mahavidyalaya South, Balanda Talcher, Swarup Rani Lenka, Sandipta Biru Brahma, Ipshita Priyadarshini Pradhan, Sandipta Biru Brahma, Vishmita Garnaik.
Please come quickly. Take your certificates. Quickly. You can just take the certificates. Thank you.
Next, Saraswati Degree Vidya Mandir, Barampur. Arpita Subudhi, A. Shiva Prasad Acharya, Sukhiprada Sethi, Swatish Chaudhary. From Saraswati Degree Vidya Mandir, Barampur. Shri Jagannath Mahavidyalaya, Subhashri Parija Suman Linka. Shri Jagannath Mahavidyalaya, Subhashri Parija Suman Linka. Upendranath College, Soro Baleswar. Devi Prasad Rath, Sibasen Nanda, Arghyarupa Raut, Naveen Raul, Yogesh Kumar Sahu. Any students from Upendranath College? Yeah, please come. Next, Government Autonomous College, Anugul, Lipsarai Padhi. These are 10. Sukruli Degree College, Mayurbhanj, Jagannath Naik, Rajesh Kumar, Tiriya, Varsha Priyadarshini Giri, Kasturi Naik, Varsharani Naik.
Same color.
The students, those who are absent, their representative can collect the certificates.
Those who have not collected the certificates can collect their certificates later after the ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you all.
I announce again, if there are any representatives from the colleges we have announced, we would request them to please collect their certificates. And I would like to thank Sir and Ma'am for the wonderful session, for the entire Q&A discussion, and for distributing the certificates to our students. We conclude this session now. So there's one small announcement. We have the cultural evening, which would be started by the live concert by Mr. Ricky Cage, who is a multiple Grammy winner. And the evening will start at 6 p.m. in Campus 13. So we request everybody to please join us for the cultural evening. Thank you, everyone.
and entrepreneurship. The important point is that there is a conscious effort to move the new knowledge that's uncovered to development and commercialization to benefit society. As we think about the future and we think about our youth, it is my hope that all of the effective participants in the workforce will exhibit these important characteristics. And we know that we have an opportunity to transform lives at institutions of higher education, and I'm looking forward to working with people from all across the United States, for sure, and we have students from more than 100 countries, including, of course, many from India. And to just close, I would like to note that we often talk about preparing people for leadership, and sometimes we mistake that to be meaning that a person must run something that's very large, a country, a corporation, even a university. But you can be a leader as an individual, of course. You can be the most outstanding opera singer. You can be a poet. You could be a military general. But if you're an outstanding contributor, you can also be a leader. And I believe that we have the opportunity to prepare leaders in every respect. In preparing leaders, we have the responsibility to provide a deep educational experience, and I believe that early on, students need to be involved in original scholarship, and this will lead them to be able to contribute new knowledge very early in their lives and careers and participate in building new enterprises. These leaders are going to create a much brighter future for the world. We're going to be able to overcome climate change, build economic security, and address the global problems that I've already mentioned. Further, I believe that our new leaders are going to be able to advance culture and advance our society, building a better world for everyone. I would like, again, to thank you for having me, and I look forward to the other contributions and to hearing the questions that might arise.
Thank you, Mark. We have heard to Professor Mark, and what we have realized that in the George Washington University, the university is diversifying its activities to different sectors. It's including different needs of the communities, coming closer to the people, societies, and industries to address to the need of the future of the work. We are having with us Mr. Sambit Nanda, who is the proud alumni of KIIT. He is the Senior Director of Oracle Corporation, San Francisco, USA. He is with us. Mr. Nanda, you have studied in KIIT and working in USA. You have heard to Professor Mark. Another one thing I would like to say to Professor, with permission of Professor Mark, that KIIT University and George Washington University is signing the MOU. We have already signed and sent it to them. The legal clearance and everything is over. And maybe in 2-3 weeks, KIIT will be there in George Washington University to have the celebration of signing of the MOU.
Very good, thank you.
Yes. My students are here, so for their information, I would like to say that the undergrad students, BTech students of KIIT will be studying here for 4 years. only for 1 year you have to go to George Washington University to do MS in business. After that, you will be getting the work visa and STEM visa to work there itself. So that's the arrangement. So, yeah, thank you. So, Mr. Nanda, can you say that what is the difference, how the Indian universities are addressing to the future of the work and how American universities are preparing themselves to address this? And you are working in a very good MNC in San Francisco, and you are exposed to different MNCs and different activities, different work, interacting with the newcomers to the industries, and you must have certain knowledge about the aspiration of the new entrants in the industries, people, those who are coming fresh from the university. So can you say that what is the difference between the Indian university, American universities, what is the need of the industry, and what really the universities should do to address to the future of the work required by the industries?
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's an honor and a privilege again to talk on behalf of the university, being an alumni here. And I studied at KIIT in 2002, passed out in 2002 in electrical engineering, then gone on to do my MBA from IIM Bangalore, and then have been since working in MNCs, mostly in different fields, again in software stack, starting off doing database internals, middleware technologies, applications, and now mostly AI, ML, and analytics. So I'm the engineering leader for Oracle Analytics Cloud. It's again a software that deploys itself on cloud and scales elastically for analytics workloads. Having heard all of you, actually, it's great to see such collaborations. The university has come a long way since 2002. We hardly had basic building blocks back then, and to see such a crowd full of students in an auditorium, it's really heartening. I think it's a proud moment. I would say one that I would have never imagined when I passed out in 2002. So I'm sure the universities are doing the best to actually get on the right path to go where they want to go and to take the students along. I think the success of the students and the alumnus is actually a testament to what great work that the university has put in and continues to do actually in the lives of students. Having said that, I think the few questions I want to sort of talk about, and I don't have presentations or the slides actually, it's going to be open talk. Hopefully I'll make sense while I talk through all of it.
That's fine. Yes.
And the first thing I would say is that there's not a lot of difference between the universities that I've studied in India versus universities here. The research focus is there in the KIIT days, early days. I remember that we were also focused on research. We were focused on innovation. We were focused on understanding the core components of the building blocks. So I would say the basics were taught very well, and I think the same thing carries over. The important points Mark covered actually about innovations, leadership, and the attributes of the next generations, they stand across the world actually. The ethics, the ethos, the passion about the new stuff that you want to work, that stands across the world. I'm sure that we're all doing things in the right direction. A few things I would like to call out from the heart of Silicon Valley. Basically, being a technical architect and advisor to some of the Silicon Valley startups in addition to what I do at Oracle. What I see is a few things actually. Going forward, we are at a sort of inflection point in the industry. It is at the same scale as I would say steam engines were discovered or internet was invented. AI and ML, use of all of AI ML technologies in your day-to-day life is an inflection point in the industry. It is, we can all be shocked, and the typical human emotions go through when we are shocked at looking at a new technology. Then there'll be slow acceptance, and finally we would all believe that it was always essential, and we are going through that cycle actually of human emotions. Having said that, I would say that the next generation coming out of the college are required to understand AI ML technologies more deeper. And the thing that is very important to understand is this basically an opportunity with all of this AI ML technologies rather than paranoia that has to be looked at it. I mean, from the perspective of the opportunity, I would say AI ML are augmentative technologies, which means that they augment what you do today, which is they help you do your work better. They are a great aid in accomplishing something very quick, which basically means that the rate at which the industry will produce software will go up tremendously. The per capita sort of production will become more cheaper with the advent of the augmented technologies. And I think that's going to be the core underlying theme as the new generation shifts into the industry. They would see a lot of aided tools are surrounding them when they're building the next set of software, which is a good thing. According to me, it's a great thing because the human capital or the intellectual capital that lives with humans still would be very essential to bridge all of these pieces together. That's the humans are the only set of skilled people who would take different components of software and bridge them together. We are still years away from a world where somebody would give a software requirement and the software would automatically get produced. That world is years away, and hence in the process, the new generation, once they start using these aided tools, they would sort of become more efficient in what they do. The second point, which I definitely would like to stress upon, is students coming out of the university, they would face a sort of peculiar environment which we had not seen, which is to launch their careers into a hybrid work environment, which would mean that some of them would be remote, working with teams globally. And it's a great skill that they have to inculcate in terms of effectively communicating over the electronic media. So everything is not in person. People are not handshaking. People are not meeting every day. So you need to still figure out a very effective mechanism of communicating through electronic media. And that's an essential part of how successful you would become on a job, actually. And that is something I would say is a skill that everybody has to inculcate and have to sort of, that's very different from the days when pre-COVID world when everything was in person and people used to come into office every single day. And the third thing I would say, given all the sort of repetitive mundane tasks get moved out to these automated systems, the humans are more reserved for doing more of the creative work, which essentially means that people spend their time with building something more intellectually enticing and interesting, which would mean that there'd be a lot of fields where people would hop into different creative assignments during a single day, because all the repetitive stuff they do through the day, like writing a report or sort of composing a white paper, would get automated through these large language models that are being used in the industry today. And I think the other important thing to remember is because there'll be also competition. So this has not happened in the past, but a large section of the workforce that launches their careers now will have to compete with the technologies that would produce some of the automated software. So people don't have to sort of learn a whole bunch of programming languages if they're launching their careers in software. The system would produce some of the language constructs for them, which means that their pace of learning in different fields and more creative technologies would have to be augmented, which means that they will have to spend a lot of time reskilling themselves in areas which would be above and beyond mundane sort of tool code generation, which used to happen in the old days. So people would not write a lot of utility functions in software industry. They would write more sort of overarching architecture, large complex softwares, which would do more complex operations. So the pace of learning has to be picked up given the environments of AI and ML. And then the good part, I think not everything is doom and gloom, because the good part is that given all the mundane tasks start to shift out to machine and automation, people are likely to have more focus on their work-life balance, more focus on time with their families, and so on and so forth. I would say for the guys coming out of college, I think the key important thing is to embrace the new technologies and basically enjoy the inflection point that the opportunity provides you.
Thank you, Mr. Nanda. You have focused on future of the technology, particularly in AI and ML. We are having with us Professor Krishna Dev Kumar from University of Toronto Metropolitan University, Canada. And Professor Kumar, you work on artificial intelligence. You are also developing the products on artificial intelligence. And you are also working on IoT. And since last couple of weeks, lots of discussions are there globally that how artificial intelligence will be impacting the society, impacting the social behavior, how it will be creating the social disruptions, and how it will be creating impact on the future of the work and lives itself. So how do you find that the future of technology either envisioned or it is coming of that will be impact to the youth, and particularly how it is impacting the behavior of the students in the university, and how the university is preparing itself that either students can be connected to the future of the technology, or they will be responsible for the developing of the or using of the future technology. How those youth are being prepared for all those things.
Thank you so much. Right? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Right? It's first of all a great pleasure, right, to be here again, and I really basically congratulate you to organizing such a interesting basically event, and basically helping students and youths actually. And I will certainly talk about the work, what I have done, and also along with that, I will answer the basically questions. So let me share the slides actually, what I prepared.
Sir, we are already late. You please finish in
I will be quick.
6 minutes.
I will not take more time. I understand.
5 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Maybe basically 10 minutes or 5 minutes, whatever time you decide, I will try to do with that time.
5 to 6 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's nice. So let me share. Can you? So I will. Can you see the screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so just I will talk about Industry 4.0 and what I do, right? As I already told, I'm basically professor at aerospace engineering as well as director of artificial intelligence for aerospace systems. I've been working on AI for more than 20 years actually, so I can certainly tell a lot, but I will be very precise on the technology, where we are moving forward. I also have a company which delivers products on AI actually. So I will also touch upon it, what we do actually change it. And then we'll touch upon about the youth. First of all, we should understand what it is and why and how. So if I go closely actually instead of as we already know, we moved from 18th century, how the technology moved at the end, it is Industry 4.0. So if we try to see here, it is Industry 4.0 is nothing but, so I was trying to figure out what is the very simplest definition. It is good for all of you, audience actually, is described as a digitization of manufacturing and its integration into the digital ecosystem of value chain. The whole point is now on Industry 4.0, we are digitizing, right, all the information. That is what the task is done in a very, short basically form. Now it is why we want to do it actually, because somewhere when the technology comes, we need to understand why. First of all, every time when technology is there is an expected return on investment. So already it has been documented. It is going to, within the 2 years, 55%, then 2 to 5 years, 37. So there is a return and investment is there. One can really great benefit. And then basically cost reduction in terms of aerospace industry, right? So you can see every industry, right, is going to benefit with this technology in terms of dollars, because whenever we talk to industry, we have to say it is going to benefit them in terms of dollars. Now comes how it can be done, right? What task it has to be involved. So undoubtedly it involves, right, big data, where what we try to say, and it's a very interesting, I think, information is there. 46% says better forecast. If we can do better forecast, that is what the great benefit can be there. Understand planned performance across multiple metrics, that's a 45%, and the service is there. So these are some of the areas we need to focus more, other areas we don't need to focus as we move forward. Now comes what Isaac Systems, we developed, we call a product which is called 2PQ. 2P stands for increasing productivity, and second P stands for profitability. So it is an AIA basically, a driven powered machine learning algorithm and IoT actually, because Isaac System develops predictive analytics as well as IoT device. It comprises of real-time storage, so you store the data. It can also interface with existing Microsoft other software. Now what it does actually for manufacturing, right? So we have, these are the areas, right? So what maintenance, self-diagnosis, cost reduction, statistical process control, which was done earlier manual, right? And some basically computer, now AIA powered actually. Also does real-time optimization and machine uptime, right? Whole idea is to how to keep the machine running 24/7. And finally, it basically does forecasting actually. And now, what is the underlying technology, right? So since we are storing the data and we do analytics, so it is based on Hadoop. AIA is in the center, Kafka, Spark, and TensorFlow. So all of these technology will be really interesting, right? The student should know. And now, just to give you the glimpse of where we are working on with airlines now, where we receive the data pool is there, and then we have the algorithm, and we try to predict the fault beforehand. Let's 6 months ahead when a system is going to, fail. Now you will say why still system is failing. That's a different story. But this is what my company and my research does. And also we predict remaining useful life of all the subsystems on board actually. And then this is a digital twin, which has been developed, very high fidelity model, where we have an aircraft actual flying, and we have a digital twin of all the subsystems, including now we worked on battery powered. As you know, the electric aircraft is also coming. So that's what we do actually here. And this digital twin, what it will give you capability now, whatever is happening there, you can know here itself. So you don't need to basically, check the same problem at the actual place. And these are the applications we are already doing on aerospace, transportation, manufacturing, and food waste management. So basically, if you try to see, AIA is going to disrupt every areas actually. It is all up to us how we can use this technology and basically benefit on that. And these are already our customers: NASA, Bombardier, Mitsubishi, Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, Magna, Safran. So we across all US companies, we work with them, Canadian companies, or also we work with Indian companies now actually. And these are the use cases to tell you the story, right, which work with the NASA Ames. So when we see on the system, so there were actuator failures. It was told that this has failed instantaneously. But when we put this AI algorithm, it could detect at least 6 months ahead there were problems. And then it can say what is the remaining useful life without actual data actually, right? Data has only been trained, right, till you get, initial information. So 6 months ahead, and also you can have a better prediction. You also work with the turbofan engine with Pratt & Whitney, and it finally said, interesting results. We are also working with manufacturing industry to do IoT device and predictive analytics, right? So keeping this, now I will tell you about the skills, right? Undoubtedly, the industry 4.0 is going to change what skills you want. As you have seen on the slides, right? You need to be more conversant on artificial intelligence. Whether you like it or not, this is the day. I teach AIA. So that's what you need to understand, what AIA can do or what AIA can't do. And you must have more programming skills, And as well as you must also understand in terms of the job, as somebody has already saying, but what I try to say, there will be great disruption of the jobs. Wherever the jobs involve routine work, that is going to disappear. So you need to be more expert on any area where AIA tools you can use and make the system smart, what basically we call it, right? This is how the disruption is going to happen. That's all. And if there is any question, I'll be happy to answer it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I hope I met your timeline. Right?
Yes. Thank you, sir. My next question is to Mr. B.K. Misra, who is the Vice President and Global Head of Tech Mahindra Hyderabad. We all are discussing about how to make our institutions, organization sustainable and equitable and accessible to all. And while we all are discussing today about future of work, Industry 4.0, and we are discussing about the future technologies those who are coming, and industries will be requiring the manpower for using those technologies in the industries, working on those technologies, then how industries are preparing themselves to make their industry inclusive. As we know that all the institutions, organizations, industries, they work for the people. And as long as the institutions, organizations are not inclusive, it is not representing all the sectors of the society, we all understand that maybe at some point of time, it will be required that they should go to the people. There should be a place where the people from each and every sector is present, and they are working in their industry to make their institution, organization relevant to the world. So what is the Tech Mahindra is doing, or any industry is doing wherever you are working, or all the MNCs are doing to make the industries inclusive?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in this event. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So first of all, you asked a very wonderful question about inclusivity, diversity, and how you create a talent pool that would help in sustainability and creating an equitable world. Before answering that, let me, and I'll be very brief. I know we have a time constraint. So first is that what is exactly what we believe Industry 4.0. And then I will answer all these things in the context of Industry 4.0. We believe that Industry 4.0 is all about smart manufacturing, smart factories, and smart cities, and a connected world, smartphones, connected experience for the people and communities across the world. And we need to understand first that what are the underlying technologies that is driving this Industry 4.0, because we have seen Industry 3.0, and after 50 years now, we are in the cusp of Industry 4.0. And here I believe that AI, ML, and all these things are just one set of technologies, but it is a set of variety of technologies that is driving Industry 4.0, like cloud computing, AI, ML, of course, and machine-to-machine interactions, advanced robotics, 5G in a big way is driving Industry 4.0, then cognitive computing or cognitive automation, and very high-end analytics, big data and analytics, and 3D printing. And these are some of the technologies that is driving Industry 4.0. Now the question is that what are the innovative things that we at the industry are doing or helping our customers? One or two things, my friend Professor Krishna Kumar, incidentally, we both are classmates. So he spoke about digital twin. Yes, digital twin is one of the areas where we all are working. But the other areas are condition-based maintenance or predictive and proactive maintenance by taking the insight from the equipment and from the machinery. And he spoke about that aircraft, very nice example of the aircrafts where we put the sensors and get the insight so that we can prevent a failure. But like that, there are so many areas in which we are working, because you spoke about innovation in the context of Industry 4.0, like computer vision, where you can find out the cracks and the corrosions and all those things. Similarly, remote support from a distance, the expert can support and give the guidance in the areas of healthcare, in all kind of in manufacturing and all those things. Then, of course, the AI and data analytics, where so much of data that we are collecting from the shop floors today. And now that because of the edge computing and Internet of the Things, and we are now talking about industrial Internet of Things, you can connect the shop floor to the top floor, right? You will be able to get those insights from the shop floors and use those insights to improve your productivity, improve your quality, improve your effectiveness, and ensure that you run the plants and factories and systems more efficiently. Now, the question is that while we all are talking about Industry 4.0, while we all are talking about all these technologies, we are talking about the various innovations that is currently worked in industries, in IT companies, in universities, and in various places. Now, how you create that talent pool that would be able to address these requirements? We believe that number one is there should be all the technologies that we spoke about. We have to completely revamp and reform I'm very sure KIIT is very much working in those areas, the curriculum, so that these are the technologies are taught with practical and immersive learning for the students while they are in the college. That is number one. Number two, we believe, and we are already doing those things, that setting up center of excellence, and that happens in US all the time. I have seen that for many, many years in US. I lived there for 10 years, and I've seen that most of the universities have got that collaboration with the industry, where we take those use cases and in our lab, we solve those problems. And in that process, actually what we are creating, that talent pool for the industry. The BTech students, the MTech students, the PhD students that are involved in those problem solvings, and they're involved in those use cases and assignments that we are getting from the industry, in active collaboration and participation of the industry players. In that process, actually we are creating that talent pool, who after leaving the university, they will be very easily can be getting into the industry and become productive from the day one. And that is where we call that you are creating industry grade professionals from your colleges. So that is the thing that we are trying to do. We are also now participating with various universities and trying to do that. I'll just finish it with just one statement, because you asked a very good question about how you are making it equitable. In that, we have set up some direction that how we will bring, at least in some of the areas, minimum 50% participation from women participation. And in the beginning itself, we have created a criteria that we will have at least 32, currently we are operating at 30%, but we have set a target that we will get it to 50%, so that we create a equitable world and we create that gender equity. Gender equality will not solve the problem, because we are not starting at the same place. Since we like it or not, the various genders are starting at different places. We have to put some effort to see that how we can provide better facilities and opportunities for the girl students and women, so that we can create a gender equity talent base in our society and in our industries. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. When whole countries, women are trying to have 32% reservation everywhere, then you are talking about 50% reservation or 50% target in Tech Mahindra to have the women employee there. So I think it's a very good news for all the women students, the people those are preparing to go to the industries, if that will be benchmarked. Ma'am, Professor Geeta Das is with us. She is the Vice Chancellor of a State University, Berhampur University in the state of Odisha. And with the university departments, he is having more than 100 colleges affiliated to this university. He is having few 100,000 students with her, and particularly catering to the need of the rural area students in that university. Ma'am, as the university is situated in the southern Orissa, and major percentage of the students studying in this university are coming from the rural Odisha. So how do you feel that what is their aspiration from the education system, and what is their aspiration from their future of work they are preparing themselves to go? And as we are talking about that, how university should prepare itself to cater to the need of the aspiration of the students and make them industry ready. And I think students must have some aspirations at the institutions, universities like yours, those who are mostly catering to the need of the rural institution, how they are expecting that industries will be accepting such students. What should be the process of the intake or process of recruiting the students from such universities will be the, I can say that can be taken as the example for the future.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity you have given me to share some of my feelings, some of my observations. And this is a very apt topic, and the discussion is very important. Coming to the university, that we are always striving for equity and opportunity and accessibility for the rural students. So that is very important at the moment. But what you are talking about industry 4.0, etc. So as a person from social science background, I will start with the youth policy and what exactly we should do in India, and where we lack. We can just have a little bit of discussion on that, because youth is the future of this country. Youth, they are the one, they will be the policy makers, they will be the fortune makers of every country of this in this globe, because globalization has made had said that it is a flat world. So youth, they are the one with a local solution to all global socio-economic problems. No distance, difference, and boundary has stopped youth globally from driving social change as well as steer Fortune 500 companies. Whatever we are seeing, whatever is happening, it is a silent revolution is taking place everywhere, be it industry, be it society. It is behind every change, the youth is instrumental. Youth in Argentina, they take football seriously, if we say. And if Sweden and Nordic nations, they are vocal about climate change. Indian youth is rooted in culture and social values, are spearheading startups. So as stakeholders and builders of tomorrow, youthful vigor, vitality, and vibrancy is it is unmatched. So as they will inherit the future they build, it is imperative for the world to pay heed to their words and provide meaningful platform to channelize their emotions, energy, and actions. So this is why you have taken this initiative. It's a very important initiative. So youth can be a powerful engine which can drive the global aspirations. 287 million Indian citizens are in the age of 10 to 22, which we consider as youth. ILO data says average age in India is 29, which is it's a youngie, it is called Youngistan. It's a young India, we can say. Amazingly the youngest nation. But this demographic dividend could be a demographic disaster if not properly guided and mobilized. So the most important thing is to have a very strong and robust youth policy. 2/3 of our employers, they say, they respond that most of the employees are not having any talent. So they said only 2.3% of entire workforce receive training in formal skills, what we were talking, what all the industry people were discussing that. And in USA it is 52% and in UK it is 68%. So artificial intelligence, data analytics, robotics, program-driven services are important areas where we can divert our youth energy. India ranks among top 5 in terms of startups. School, college education should be oriented towards entrepreneurial skill. The generation is techno-savvy. Propensity of prosperity is important than stability for them. So a focus on India's youth is first step towards this self-reliance. So a question arises, are we investing in our youth? 214 National Youth Policy says that 7.5% population belong to youth category. The total investment on youth on education, skill, employment, healthcare, and subsidy amounts to only 1% of GDP. So this is a moot question in front of us. So 33% of India's skilled youth are unemployed. 50 lakh youth are expected to be entering the workforce annually. It's a challenge to make every young man as a productive member of the society. The goal will become tougher with it has become tougher with the pandemic. So some of the priority areas which should be taken up by all policy makers, by all academicians, and by all seniors, that first is to have education, employment and skill development and entrepreneurship. So that is the first, so that we can create a productive workforce that can make a sustainable contribution. The second is health and healthy lifestyle. So that should be our priority area, the second priority area, and sports should also be given importance, so that it will develop a strong and healthy generation equipped to take on the future challenges. The third area is promotion of social values. So these are also very important, because we are now talking in terms of inculcating Indian value system in the minds of the young generation. That has become a very important concern for all of us. So values like equity, equality, liberty, and constitutional values are also important. And so that is another area of concern which should be given, which should be prioritized. And the fourth is community engagement. Community engagement nowadays, Government of India and Government of Odisha also giving lot of importance on NSS. So that is campus to community, college and village, to connect the college and village, and knowledge and action. So this is another very important area. And one more area is participation in politics and governance. Youth participation in governance. So so that is also a very important area of concern, because by that they will have a good transition to the citizenship. So that is very important. And youth engagement, what you are doing now. So that is important. And another most important is to include, that is inclusion, like support the youth at risk. So these are all some of the important area which we should focus on to make it inclusive, to make it industry ready, or whatever we can say.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request to the audience one question for each speaker.
Yeah, we would open the session for some questions from the audience. You can raise your hands and then we'll bring the mic to you.
Thank you so much, everybody. May I start the question with Professor Samant itself? Ma'am, it was such a pleasure hearing you coordinate and moderate such wonderful topics. You yourself are kind of a pioneer of education for the state, especially for the tribals, the kind of frontiers that you have opened for districts which were untouched by any form of modern amenities, and education opens up all the possibilities. Ma'am, what are your specific learnings about the girl children who come from the parts, and what kind of skill and industry linkages are especially relevant for them? Thank you.
KIIT and KISS are engaged in tribal education since last 25 years. And in last 25 years, the model has been developed here for the particularly keeping an eye on the requirement of the girls' children, maintaining the safety and security in the campus. Because as we bring the tribal students from rural areas, which is very interior area, and those children are not exposed to the social system. They are not that much exposed to the social system. So we have made an ecosystem in the campus itself. They will never bother about safety and security in the campus. Second is that how the naturalism or natural ecosystem can be maintained in the campus, so those children will not feel that they are away from their home, and the transition from the home to the campus will be much more convenient. For that, what we have done, we have made a system that the senior students, the teachers of the same, from the same tribal community, they are engaged with such young children, young girls, those who are coming from their locality to the campus. They are engaged with them for 3 years to make their transition much more smooth, and I can say that should be seamless for them. We should not do it very hurriedly that they will think that they have come from a place and in the campus of the university where they are not finding themselves fitting to the system, that they will be able to learn something else rather than being bothered about their home, bothering about their relationship, emotions, and other things. Third is that whatever is asking about how we are preparing our students to cater to the need of the industry. Here I can say that, particularly if I take the example of tribal institution, what he has asked for, that in the tribal institution, the system we have experimented, that each and every student has been given the full freedom to choose their own career, either in sports or in education or in technology or medicine or art and craft, whatever they want to do, or community development, architecture, whatever they want to do. After the class 5, each and every student has been given the free choice to choose their own career, and we give them 3-4 years time to experiment on their talents and to stick to that and to continue with that. And another thing, coming to the technology and the MNCs, as you know that, of course, those tribal students are also playing in SCR, they are playing in Commonwealth, they are playing in different national games in the national teams of this country. With that, those students are qualifying even for the engineering, medicine, they are qualifying the JEE Main, JEE Advanced, they are qualifying NEET, they are studying in different institutions. In KIIT also they are qualifying engineering and medicine, and 5% seats are reserved for them. And those students are being given the special care, special attention through the tutor mentoring system of the university and a special advisory system of CASE, that how they will be slowly learning the technology, they will be passionate for the education, whatever they are learning. In tribal institution, the main objective of that institution to create passion for education, to create passion for the knowledge. And whatever they are learning, either technology, medicine, social science, the passion is created and slowly they get connected to this. And of course, many students are qualified to work in MNCs still now. Many students, maybe more than 1,000 students are working in different MNCs all over the country or globe.
Thank you very much. So my question is more of an extension from what Vice Chancellor Ma'am said. So I guess I'm seeking a bit more clarity. So a question was asked earlier with regards to the skill gap discrepancy, which I think we can all agree is mainly due to the pedagogy of the various schools, whether by the government or institutions design, right? So it is easier for a way forward to be mapped at institutions like KIIT or George Washington, because we are naturally exposed to technology. This is practically a digital ecosystem, right? But I would like to think that for rural setups, like Mem was saying, that the youths in rural setups have got a different situation altogether. So my question is, therefore, are there any frameworks that have been put in place to accommodate or to accelerate the inclusion of youths in rural areas, so that by 2030, we are convinced that more than 50% of youths have got a chance of actually being in the work industry 4.0. Thank you.
Skill gap is really too much in traditional universities, in conventional universities, and NEP, if adopted properly, then it will definitely address this question of skill gap, because it is emphasizing on experiential learning and industry academia connect. University needs to have collaboration with industries and many other technical institutions. So all these questions are, can be addressed only by the adoption of NEP. Otherwise, in Indian traditional university, as you told, all the colleges, 188 colleges, almost 100 colleges are in rural areas. So with this traditional syllabus or this course structure, curriculum or pedagogy, it is very difficult to address and to make them industry ready, what we need, what is the need of the hour. That is very difficult. Now we are adopting to send the students of every department to some industry or to some startups. We are inviting some entrepreneurs to educate them. We are taking small steps, but this is not sufficient, I think.
So if I may, ma'am, I would like to add a point here.
Yes.
Is that, am I audible? Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would like to add here that what steps we are taking in this direction. The one thing that we are trying to do in Odisha now from Tech Mahindra in collaboration with the government of Odisha is that we will be going to the districts like Keonjhar and Sundargarh, and we'll try to get, at least now we have targeted to start with 1,000 number, that we will take all the BTech, BCA, MCA students that have passed in last 3 years. And because of the COVID, there might be some people who have not got any opportunity to get to the mainstream and to work in industries. We will pick up those students and will give a 6 months training in the areas of Java full stack, in the areas of cloud computing and all those things. And after 6 months, we have given a commitment that we will induct them into Tech Mahindra. So that is a small initiative through which we can get into the interior part of the state and try to give opportunity to people. And the other thing that we have agreed with the district collectors of those districts, that we will try to see if at all we can get 50% girl students in the mix. So that there we can solve the problem of this gender equality or gender equity, and how to give more opportunities to women to come to the mainstream.
Yeah. Question for Professor Mark.
Hello. I just attended another planetary session talking about research and how to make it more accessible. There was talks about INSA, and there were talks about inequality, gender inequality, etc. So I think a question I would ask to Professor Mark or even Professor Kumar is research. And since the topic over here is AI, and AI is very disruptive, we all know. What do you think are the barriers in research currently in the AI community, and how to make it more accessible so that, anyone in any college, no matter undergraduate or masters, can contribute to the field significantly, and what are the opportunities? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think there are many opportunities, and previous question about access to high-speed internet for the entire country is an issue for the United States. We have many rural areas in the United States where people are significantly disadvantaged by not having access to internet that is high speed. And we're working to develop that infrastructure. I might also note that in certain urban areas, there is also a significant disadvantage in areas where there is a degree of unfortunate poverty, and the lack of access to high-speed internet compromises everyone's ability to seek a position, and I believe that research in the area of AI is going to be very important. In fact, we have an initiative collaborative with the University of Maryland and Morgan State University, where we're striving to develop what is called trustworthy AI. This is intended to overcome some of the negatives associated with AI, and this will be, a very important area of exploration for many institutions in higher education, as well as for corporations that are using AI.
Thank you, Professor Mark. I think what I have understood that you have said that digitization is the most prominent social and industrial behavior today. And for the more and more students to get connected with the innovation and research, we have to identify, focus on certain institutions and provide the opportunities to the youth for that. Thank you for this. Now I request the audience to have one question for Mr. Nanda.
Can I add something?
Yes.
I really fascinated. Can I add something? Okay. First of all, right, and no doubt infrastructure is important, but in general, already India is doing well, in my opinion, is doing well. Internet is everywhere now. Computers are already there. When I was studying at my university, the situation was very bad. Okay, things are good. So I think most point is in AIA, right? In terms of getting the data, right? So somehow university has to or collaborate with industry to get the data. If you don't have data, you can't do research. It's that itself stops. And getting the data and getting what you can say, cleaning the data, lot of work. My company does that work, for 1.5, 2 years, just to clean the data. Okay, so that's lot of student has to understand, right? How to get the data right, collaborate with some of the players actually. Okay, and there are a lot of processes there on cleaning the data. Another point is on the AIA, right? It's not like, just learning the software will help you. You must understand in-depth knowledge of a system. If I am working on aircraft or spacecraft, I must be expert on that area, right? Expert. I should be knowing everything from end to end. If you think just you put a software, you get the result. We work with company, they give work to IBM, they get nothing out of it, okay? So for computer science, it is good. For engineers, it's a basically problem. So what I'm trying to do, you must have in-depth knowledge of the system, and now you certainly learn programming language, and then proceed further. So that is what my thinking is. These might be the barriers. Opportunities, there are a lot of opportunities in all the sector across. It is all up to you how you can grab those opportunities actually in brief.
Thank you,
That's
sir.
all.
Thank you. Yeah, question for Mr. Nanda, yes.
I have a question for Nanda sir. Is before the Industry Evolution 4.0, I believe it was all about like a machine that can help or bring more efficiency to the human field, right? Now, after the Industry Evolution of 4.0, it is all about like now machine can take the decision that, okay, now we can take decision and do the things whatever you want, what will be efficient for the man. So my point is like the greatest invention of the humans, like from fire to electricity to nuclear, now to the AI, it was all about like after a certain time, there is a war, like there is a problem between human that one country is using these kind of innovations as a weapon to other country, right? For example, cyber war, nuclear war. But however, in this situation, after the Industry Evolution 4.0, is there any possibility that the war will be converted, it was before like human versus human, but is there any possibility like the war will be like human versus machine, as now machines can take their own decision, and after that like they want to conquer the world and human wants to basically survive in the world. So this is basically my question, that is there any possibility that there will be a war between human versus the machine or human versus the AI? Thank you.
Do you watch a lot of sci-fi movies? Do you happen to watch a lot of sci-fi movies?
Sir, yeah, I watch movie, but the thing is that it might be happen, right? Because now they have more intelligence than us. They have the power, they have the ability, efficiency more than us. So that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so I think I'll basically lead with a funny quote. Steve Jobs, actually, when he built the first sort of PC, he had a grabbing hook at the back of the computer. And a lot of people ask him, why did he have that hook actually in the back of the computer? Apparently, he said to a lot of people is that he decided that whenever you wanted to throw a computer out of the window, that was the easiest way to pick it up and throw it out the window. At the end of the day, these are machines actually. These are machines that we control, we write code for it. We give them knowledge based on the history of what we have seen. They are exposed to the data that has happened in the human history. There are some new regenerative technologies, but they are all limited to the amount of creativity that has happened in the past. Future creativity, future intelligence of these machines would continue to evolve based on how much we let them look at our data and how much we make them learn the systems that we are comfortable with. So we control this ecosystem. I don't see any scenario where we would end up in a conflict with machines, actually. I think it's very far-fetched. But this was very interesting sort of, I would say, movie content to create around this theme, actually. But in reality, I don't think that is going to happen anytime soon.
Can I just add actually on some of this? First of all, can I add? Yeah. First of all, right, already there is a research going on heavily on human and machine interaction. Complete topic of research is there. So the point is already, I think, can you hear me? Or yeah. Can you? Yeah. Thanks. Okay. So yes. The whole idea is we want to get the benefit what machine is doing. In all cases, there is already precaution is being taken. If machine does something wrong already, so everywhere when AI tools are there, since we don't know whether what AI can do, already there is a precaution is there everywhere to safeguard this. And there is a research going on how human will interact with machines actually. That's all.
Thank you, sirs and ma'ams, for a very insightful discussion. Your thoughts and deliberation on the topic gave us a really great insight into the rich experience that you all carry. We would like to thank again Mr. Professor Mark, Mr. Sambit Nanda, Mr. Basant Kumar Mishra, and Dr. Krishnadev Kumar for joining us today virtually. We would extend our heartfelt gratitude to Professor Dr. Sasmita Samanta ma'am and Geeta Das ma'am, Vice Chancellor, Berhampur University, to be here with us physically and share their thoughts with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. S.K. Mahapatra, Director KSOM, to please come on stage and felicitate our guest. We now have a small prize distribution ceremony. We had few students who had participated in various Y20 events and have won awards for that. I would like to call Mr. Omkar Patnaik, Class 12 Humanities, to please come on stage. He has been the winner of Odisha Literary Festival Group Debate Shayadha Cruz, MUN, rank 2 in Orissa and CLAT. Mr. Abhishek Shahu, Class 9, winner IIT Bombay Young Innovator Program and CBSE Science Fair Regional Sahodaya Science Fair. Can we have a big round of applause for our winners? Ghanat Mohanta, Class 9, winner IIT Bombay Young Innovator Program and CBSE Science Fair Regional Sahodaya Science Fair. Ghanat Mohanta.
Guys, just hold on, please hold on. Please hold on. Please be seated. I repeat, please be seated.
Please take your seats. So
It will only take for a couple of minutes. Please be settled down. Thank you.
Sohini Mohanty, Class 10, Doubles Tournament, National Lawn Tennis, runners-up in National Single, Asian and ITA Tournament, Nepal with 70+ All India titles, bronze in ITF World Junior Tennis, Asia Oceanal Final. Sohini? No. Okay, Rishita Samantre, silver medal winner at national level horse riding competition, New Delhi, and Inspire Manak District Award. B. Lavanya for winning first prize at debate. Suhani Raut, second prize at debate. Suhani, can we please have you on stage? Sashwat Kumar Satpathy for first prize at debate. I'll be calling out the names. Can I request the students to please line up near the stage? Ipsita Panigrahi, first prize in debate. Ipsita. Rishita Padhi, third prize at debate. Prakash Kumar Kar, first prize at debate. Yashogamya Sahu, first prize at debate. Yashogamya. Samiksha Mahapatra, first prize at debate. Samiksha. Garita Hasini Patnaik, first prize at debate. Garita, can you please come on stage quickly? Shruti Suman Sahu, second prize at debate. Joydeep Malik, first prize at debate. Joydeep. Aradhna Panda, second prize at debate. Lipisida Padhi, third prize at debate. Suranjana Ghosh, third prize at debate. Jyotirmay Mishra, third prize at debate. Barsha Rani Mehra, first prize at debate. Barsha Rani. Ayushi Mishra, first prize at debate. Soumya Sucharita Sahu, second prize at debate. Suraj Kumar Bhuvalka, first prize at debate. Tilak Sarangi, first prize at debate. Barsha Rani Mehra. Barsha Rani Mehra, can somebody please tell her she can collect her certificate later from the office if she's not present here? With that, we come to the end. We thank our audience to be a very patient one. We thank all our dignitaries to give a very special time to us. We request all of you to join us for our cultural evening program at Campus 6. Thank you. Have a great